And we're live.
Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council meeting for Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. I'd like to call the meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move along in the agenda. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the first peoples of Williams Treaty, First Nations, and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I'd like to thank them for sharing this land. We also would like to acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as our close First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in this responsibility. I'll move along to community announcements today. This is our first meeting of December. As a character community municipality, I share the attribute for December that is a personal choice, an attribute that resonates with you. I have chosen kindness, defined as the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. Doing intentional, voluntary acts of kindness, not only when it's easy to be kind, but sometimes when it's hard to be kind. Always choose kindness. I have a few announcements to share. On November 26th, the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority held their virtual Conservation Awards event, and I'm proud to announce that East Gwillimbury projects were recognized in 3 categories. There's a presentation on the agenda this morning, so I'll reserve my congratulations until after the presentation. This past Saturday, the Mount Albert Santa Tour was held. Thank you to our staff, Mount Albert Lions, and of course to Mr. and Mrs. Claus for taking time to bring holiday cheer to our Mount Albert community. Yesterday, December 6th, with members of council, staff, and representatives from both Yellow Brick House and Sandgate Women's Shelter, we raised a flag in honor of National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Thank you to all who attended. And finally, our toy and food drive is actively underway. Items can be dropped off at the Town Civic Center. Our drive supports various organizations and local residents who need assistance at this time of the year. Please support us if you can. Are there any updates from members of council at this time? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Well, it's that time of year again for Light Up the Landing. The Holland Landing Community Group is doing their 3rd annual Light Up the Landing Holiday Lights Competition, and it's underway, and houses will be judged on the 18th and 19th, with winners announced on the 22nd. There is a web page on the East Gwillimbury website that gives you all the details and where you can nominate a house or self-nominate. We'll also have members of our community driving around the community on the 18th and 19th, looking at houses and looking for finalists. So stay tuned for more information on that. And anyone who's listening in Holland Landing, get those lights up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was through Holland Landing a couple times this weekend, and it looks like people already have a lot of them up. So very nice. Any other comments or questions or announcements from members of council? Councillor Persicini, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the honor to go down to the Sheridan Parkway there and for the purchase of Given. There was a lot of awards given out that evening, and it was quite exciting, and got a chance to see a lot of people who deserved the awards, and it was a great evening. And it was also nice to have a rainy day yesterday with raising the flag. We were all there, and it's one of those things that's starting to get busy again. Thank you.
Thank you for representing us at the event. Appreciate that very much. Any other comments or announcements from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time, so we'll move along to item E, and that's COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is our regular update on the COVID program as Omicron has started to become a prevalent Delta that's moving through the system. I'm going to pass it over to Deputy CAO Mark Valchich, who will provide today's update.
Thank you, Mr. CAO, and Madam Mayor, through you. Good morning, everyone. I won't say too much. The memo is pretty self-explanatory, as Mr. Webster indicated, monitoring kind of the latest wave and variant that's named Omicron. And the memo does highlight that the first noted case of Omicron in York Region was detected on Friday, so fairly recent. And we continue to work with the CEMC group throughout York Region, as well as public health, to make sure that we're monitoring and doing everything we can to make sure that information and actions are being taken as appropriate. The one thing I did want to mention is it's easy to get kind of focused exclusively on these recurring waves of COVID transmission. But I wanted to highlight the fact that at the same time, we are actively working on recovery plans. So we are not sort of focused just on, what's happening day to day, where we're looking ahead 3 months, 6 months, a year out to ensure that we're well positioned, for a full recovery post-COVID. And it's really important to note that one of the things that we're looking at is taking advantage of some of the things that we've been forced to learn, we've been forced to put in place, where we've, enhanced our skills as an organization. We've become more nimble and more flexible. And, we see that being a continued part of how we will operate post-COVID, with continued offering of virtual services and virtual operations and remote work as part of the way we will do business more efficiently and more effectively, and with more options and value for our residents and businesses moving forward post-COVID. So I just wanted to let folks know that we are continuing to look ahead, as well as deal with the realities of day to day. So with that, Madam Mayor, happy to take any questions that Council may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from Mr. Valchich? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Crothers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our staff. Appreciate the update. I was just curious, as mentioned earlier, we had the Mount Albert Parade this past weekend, and thanks to everyone involved with that, from YRP to our fire services to the Lions Club. That was very great. But just curious, it was I'll call it an abbreviated parade. There was about five floats in it. But I've noticed in some other jurisdictions that it was probably a more normal, back to regular style parade, that they had a longer one. And I've had some residents ask me, why was ours so small when there were others in York Region that were much bigger and ostensibly, governed by the same public health unit. So I said I didn't know the reason, but I would ask you, Council, and so I'm sure there's a good reason. Could you help me understand that, and the residents understand that a little bit better? Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, through you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Crone. As Council's aware, our Santa Claus Parade is organized by the Santa Claus Parade Organizing Committee, and supported by primarily our CPRC staff. So I will just ask Mr. Karmazyn if he could provide a little bit more context, because I know that between he and Ms. Pogue, they did work closely with the committee on that initiative. So Mr. Karmazyn, if you could provide a little more information, please.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Mayor. To my knowledge, we did follow up with both parade committees, and it was determined that the planning window for a full parade was limited, given the time of the announcement with the restrictions. And the committees and the town decided to stay the course to continue with planning an alternate form of an event with the Santa tour.
Okay. Appreciate the answer. Let's hope next year we can get back to normal. But I'm sure all the kids and families were very appreciative of that they did get to see Santa and Mrs. Claus this year. Appreciate it. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. He's still coming to everyone's house. It's just that the parade wasn't as big as we would have expected it, but I don't think anybody should be concerned that he's going to miss a house along the way. Thank you. Could I have a mover and second? Oh, it's Councillor Crothers. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I just want to applaud staff on how much you've been doing as this has been evolving over the last 2 years. And as we learn more, we have to alter course. And you guys have been nimble and been really keeping us all well protected. More and more, we're hearing that we have to be looking at COVID as airborne. There's been a lot of new reports coming out that those plexiglass shields around desks actually hold the virus in. And we need to be focusing on ventilation. So I had asked about our HVAC at our last meeting, and I'm still not comfortable with a full understanding of what we've done to help protect our staff as far as upgrading our ventilation. And I'm wondering if I could get a more robust answer on what we've done to increase our ventilation now that we know that COVID is airborne and we know that our systems aren't brand new. So I'm wondering if we can highlight how much money we have spent on upgrading ventilation and what sort of targets we're trying to meet to ensure that our staff are safe from what we now know is an airborne disease.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Crothers. I'm wondering if perhaps for our next COVID memo update, Mr. Karmazyn's group could put a little bit extra information into the memo just to address the issue of ventilation and what steps we have taken, or perhaps what additional steps are contemplated moving forward, just to provide reassurance that it is an area that we're well aware of and that we're taking appropriate steps around.
Wonderful, thank you. Sometimes it's just in the communication to the rest of us. I know great things are going on behind the scenes, so I'll be happy to wait for a more robust report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding our COVID update? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item F, and that is a deputation from R. Buckler, Condominium Consultant, licensed Condominium Manager and Realtor, making a deputation on behalf of YRCECC number 1421 regarding municipal servicing for condominiums. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present. Would it be possible to share my screen? I do have a presentation.
I'm sure we can. Just give us a moment.
Sure.
Through Madam Mayor, Mr. Buckler, if you request to share, we will be able to enable that for you. Do you have that ability?
No, it's blocked out.
Perhaps if you can just email us that copy and I can share it and you can prompt me with your presentation slides.
Sure. Okay, not a problem. Give me a moment, I apologize.
Take your time.
Okay, I just sent it. Oh yeah, now I can. Yeah, now I can send it. Actually, now I can do it.
Okay, so if you could just request that and then you can share your screen.
For sure. Okay, I think I'm able to. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you again, Council. I just wanted to take a few minutes just to go over what my work with the Board of Directors at this complex and some of the findings that we've like to share with you. So quickly, as an introduction, you know, the Condo Act prevails over this property, as you probably know. The Condo Act is designed for consumer protection, and and that's really what we're talking about when you purchase a condo and all of that. That's not really the scope of this presentation, but just as an brief introduction. Again, everyone knows why there's condo development, and it provides affordability and allows obviously high density development and lifestyle to purchasers and owners that benefit them. Again, just to give you the context of the condominium world and management, it's a licensed profession now, and management is under the CMRAO, governed through the same ministry as the Condo Act, the Government Services Ministry. And secondly, there's another entity that oversees and provides education resources to condominium owners, the public, as called the Condominium Authority, as well as a new tribunal that was started a few years ago to deal with condo disputes, similar to the Landlord-Tenant Board Tribunal. If
I could interrupt you just for a moment, your presentation is not showing up in front of us right now.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was.
It was there for a moment, but it didn't stay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's showing up it's showing that it is there. So I'm not sure because on my end it's showing that I am presenting. So I don't know what happened on my end.
We have it in front of us now.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So anyway, this is just the context within the condominium world, whether it's a high-rise, low-rise, townhouse, detached, whatever type of condo, doesn't really differ in terms of the regime and these entities that now govern and provide information to the condo community within Ontario. Okay, so condo development.
It did disappear at that.
It did disappear again. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Buckler, if you don't mind, I'm just going to share your slides from my end.
Sure.
You just advise what slide you're on, and then I can just simply do that.
Sure, not a problem. Okay, so I'm on slide 2. There we go. So I hope everyone can see it now. So just to go a little more now to get into more closer to the topic, condo development is something that every municipality, I personally sit on the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Vaughan. So we are dealing with the same challenges of intensification that all municipalities are in Ontario and in Canada to deal with the growing demand for housing. Please click. Yeah, so the developers take the risks, and that's a key theme here, which consumers and municipalities are aware of. They're taking the risk, they're putting the money, they're taking the time to go through all the steps. But the point is that developers' goals are different from the consumer, the purchaser, and obviously that's where the guidelines of the Condominium Act and caveat emptor, buyer beware play. The developers looking at, on the one side to maximize profits, and obviously that's why it's a commercial entity, and no one, we don't want to. The legislation is not to interfere with that commercial endeavor in any way, but yet make it at the same time equitable. Because bottom line, when you're purchasing a pre-construction condo, you are purchasing a promise. You're purchasing an investment or a home from paper, so you have to have some of those guidelines in place, and there are other entities that provide protections as well to the consumer. Obviously, to meet that demand, the city, cities, municipalities are charging development charges to obviously meet the demand of and facilitate the development, which in some cases are, the condo developments are private by their very nature. And therefore, some of the operating costs are on the shoulders of the owners when they move in and take possession. So next slide, please. So what I've brought in here is we did some detailed financial analysis leading up to today's presentation. And every condo corporation, whether it's a private entity, does have its own maintenance and repairs obligation to meet the needs to run the property. given the really unique nature of this site, I did want to share with you some of the the three costs that I specifically are going to talk about today. The first one being the waste removal expense. You can see that these are actual numbers from last fiscal year. Their fiscal year ended October 31st. So for 29 pottles or 29 homeowners, that's how they're referred to as in an element condo corporation. They're dealing with about $534 currently in expenses related to waste removal per home. On the snow removal side, it's about $300, and for water testing, it's about $500 per homeowner. These expenses again are up for changes based on getting tenders, getting additional contracts or bids from suppliers. But we also understand that because of the waste provider that has been found is not in the area, it's a very high expense. And obviously the idea would be to work with the local provider who services the municipality. We had some contact with them, and for some reason they're not going to be bidding, or they're not interested in bidding, or they've been even mentioned that your department has not allowed that bid to take place. So there's some, I wouldn't call it interference, but there's some resistance to allow the service provider for the municipality to come in and to similarly remove the waste from this private site. Waste removal is understandably an expense that is there, and obviously the taxes that are being paid. So can you please click? Yeah. So this is a comparison based on the data provided on the average freehold homeowner from the 2021 taxes. And you can see how, obviously these homeowners are also paying these taxes for services. We weren't able to gather the data on water testing because that's specifically not through the water test through taxes, but through paying your water bill through the water utility provider. But you can see that the water specifically is a big portion of the cost for these homeowners. And in my view, based on my experience within the industry, I've been in the industry 18 years, managing condominiums of all different types, sizes, ages, and I've never really seen this water testing burden being placed on a condo corporation, and I'll explain a little bit what it introduces in a moment. So the numbers do speak, and you can see just as just click again, please. You can see that the quantum difference is quite clear. Over 7 times the waste removal cost that a regular standard homeowner or comparable homeowner is paying taxes. On the snow removal, same thing. It's about almost 6.5 times. This is from last year, so it could be higher for this coming year. We wanted to provide you actual numbers versus budget numbers. So these are not budget; these are actuals. Next slide, please. So our goal today is really to provide you with some thought and reflection. Is pottle owners within the province are all in the same position, but the sensitivity to this issue is important because obviously there's double taxation in a way. The condo corporation is its own private entity. It has its own governance. It has its own bylaws. So it is like the 4th level of government in many ways, because there's the budget and people have to pay their fees just like they have to pay their taxes, and there are consequences for not paying. So in many ways, it's a good analogy to explain the condo concept and how the condo corporation operate. So they are paying double taxes for some services, again, understandably in some cases, and in some cases not. So what we're asking and looking for here is some equity and understanding when a developer comes forward with a development and says, this is what we want to build, and we want to down shift some of the expenses to the homeowner homeowners, and this is, you know, forever. It's not as if it's very rarely changed. There are some jurisdictions in the New York region that have changed it, like Markham, but they were going back quite a few number of years that have reversed some of that downloading. So the equity is designed to make sure that there's some equity between a homeowner on a regular street and a homeowner in a condo development such as YRCECC 1421. Avoiding downloading services, obviously some have to be downloaded during the development process because of the narrower streets, because of the nature of this being a private property, and the city services can't accommodate based on the standards that are required. But there are implications of that, and that's what I hopefully will be conveyed today in this deputation. Please click again. One specific area that I've never encountered before is this the Safe Drinking Water Act burden that that this condo corporation is responsible for. Our position, and I think the intent of the Condo Act and the whole this type of living, is that a service such as this is really fits more accurately with the appropriate provider for a lot of reasons, for safety reasons, for liability reasons, and so on, and also cost. Because not only is it an annual cost of this testing, but it's also in 25 or 30 years when the equipment does need to be replaced, the Condo Corp does have to fund the reserve fund, and the owners have to fund that replacement. So it's something that they're not only replacing it, maintaining it and doing the maintenance required and the testing, but also in the future they will have to replace it at their expense. So that's something that a regular homeowner would not have that burden. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope I haven't overstated my welcome.
No, you have not. That's fine. We always learn from presentations. Thank you so much. Are there questions at this time to the presenter? Councillor Crone, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, through you to our presenter. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm still learning more about condominiums as we go along here. I know we had a workshop not too long ago about it, and living in the country, I never, came across condominiums too much. So I think we have two now in East Gwillimbury. In your last slide, you touched upon the Safe Water Drinking Act, and that how the King's Landing is a party to that, or has signed on to that or registered with them. Is it your experience that other corporations have to do that? It's something that's applied all across the province, or is this something unique in East Gwillimbury?
I've probably dealt with personally through my work with developers as well. I work with a lot of developers on these type of scenarios and planning before they start selling. I've never seen this type of scenario before. And if I were to be asked by a developer, we have this option of putting in water testing equipment in the development. My recommendation to the developer would be it would put a lot of burden on the owners, and financial and liability on the board and the corporation as a whole. This is even though it's called a condo corporation, it is a volunteer-based group. The board being volunteers, they're running this as a investor in their investment, to protect their investment and to serve their neighbors, because they are elected by their neighbors. And I have not seen it, so my recommendation would be to try to make very strong efforts with the local municipality to provide that service through the existing infrastructure, so that the homeowners are not treated differently, and for the reasons I already mentioned, they don't have this extra burden and extra liability that they have to deal with on an ongoing basis.
Okay, all right, Madam Mayor, I have a few more questions, if I may. Just springboarding off that, I know that we as councillors if the water in East Gwillimbury was to become tainted, toxic, whatever, and people were harmed, like the case in Walkerton, we could be held criminally liable for that. We are paid individuals, elected officials. Does that same sort of liability, is that exposed to volunteer condo board members, even though they're not being paid like we are, but volunteers, are they still liable to the problems with the water supply?
Yeah, I raised this question because the condo corporation is required by the Condo Act to have certain insurance coverages. One of them is the director and officer coverage. So obviously they have to act within the guidelines of the Condominium Act and act reasonably and in good faith and those type, which is embedded within the Act. But beyond that, the question it remains, and we haven't had the opportunity to really question the insurance company who's covering the condo corp. Would this added responsibility be covered by the current condo corporation insurance, and is it even available? So this is another whole entity of the liability risk that it needs to be considered, because you can only get insurance where reasonably available. And it just, how is an insurance company in this climate of being very difficult to get real condo corporation insurance? For those of you that are aware, it's very, very difficult and very few players in this market and very expensive as a result, that it could put added risk to the directors and the homeowners that they are subject to potential litigation or criminal charges because they didn't act fast enough, they weren't aware of it. These are volunteers that could be traveling, could be not available, not alert to system. So there is a lot of potential risk here that I think it should be considered. And again, we're dealing with homeowners. We're not dealing with a Fortune 500 company here.
Yeah. Well, Madam Mayor, through you to our presenter, as a recovering insurance employee, I would strongly suggest you nail down the answer to those questions you have. Unfortunately, directors and officers insurance is my specialty. Just a couple more questions, if I may. There was brief mention between common elements and freehold condominium corporations. I know there's some nuances. Should municipalities handle them the same way, or should there be two separate sets of approaches to how they're dealt with?
Well, I think there's many steps, as you all know, in getting a development approved. So that I'm not suggesting there be different tracks, but I'm suggesting that there should be a sensitivity for the decisions that and the requests that, for density being a good example, the developer's goal is to have as dense a site as they can to accommodate more homes, more sales, more profit. But yet there are trade-offs in doing that. And I think this is an example potentially where this sort of fork in the road was not necessarily, the implication of that decision wasn't necessarily looked at from maybe all perspectives, because I think this burden that we're now, these 29 homeowners and specifically the board of directors is not an easy one to wrestle and to deal with. So I think there should be some, again, development is development, and the city has its obligations to review every site application and all the various departments to submit their feedback. But again, I think this particular issue should be very carefully considered for future developments.
Okay, Madam Mayor, one last question for you to our presenter. You've done some work now with King's Landing. And we are, as a town, we're still I would say we're in our infancy when it comes to working with condominiums. More are coming down the road, so we want to make sure we get it right. Is there any suggestions you have for us that we might want to, best practices we may want to adopt?
I think what other municipalities have done, I can specifically speak for Vaughan because I've been on the Committee of Adjustment and lived in Vaughan for over 30 years and a member of the committee for 7. The Vaughan, which of course is a much larger municipality than yours, but still they have the same challenges of development and commercial, pushing for more development and more creative development. to for the same reasons as I mentioned earlier. So one of the things that was done, I think, would be a good approach is to put together a task force of the homeowners that are specifically impacted and potentially stakeholders with it as well, so that you get some feedback on what development lessons can be learned and implemented going forward, so to avoid some of these problems that are, again, unless some major changes were made, are long-standing and really forever. So that you can put in procedures at the planning stages to prevent some things from getting accepted, or from the Safe Water Drinking Act to be utilized when potentially it should be pushed back to the utility provider. That would be some of my suggestions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I have a question or more just a comment or an observation. The concept of that there's some double taxation taking place is one that I wanted to challenge a little bit. We have people who pay property taxes in rural areas whose property taxes are supporting sidewalk clearing in our subdivisions. This is just part of what has to happen when you have a municipality that collects property taxes. I think what Mr. Buckler's presentation has done is showing us that the housing form that is a condo is not necessarily any more affordable for Ontarians to take on. And so whether you're paying upfront for a higher price point for a freehold property, or whether you're paying less for a condo, you're going to pay the same amount to carry that, whether you're paying it in fees or whether you're paying it in property taxes. And I just wanted to comment that it's my understanding, and perhaps Mr. Buckler, you can address this, that the impact assessments on condo properties are somewhat lower, with the idea that these condo owners are carrying their fees that help to address some of that service issue. But if their impact assessments are lower, therefore their property taxes would also be lower. And I think that in itself is something that we also need to be mindful of. I'm not challenging that there are some issues here. I think every step of the way, I have said, we're not alone in this issue, and we just need to be able to do what is appropriate and best, and adopt the municipal best practices across the province. But to me, I guess the fundamental piece is those impact assessments are lower for condos for a reason. And if these properties are being assessed at a market rate that reflects a freehold type of property, then that's a challenge as well, and we need to address that through impact. And I'd appreciate any comments you might be able to add to that, Mr. Buckler. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do recognize that, of course, you could take that argument, the double taxation, quite far, and I'm not suggesting that we do that, but it was just for illustration purposes, that the amount of money that these homeowners have to pay for these additional services. Yes, they were advised at time of purchase to some degree that they have these the maintenance fees cover these expenses, and they will have to pay those as they increase over time. But yes, but I think that the key one is to facilitate services from for example, the waste provider within your municipality. Hopefully we'll be able to provide the services, and I'm not sure why there was some resistance, but that's something that I've been made aware of, so that they can get a much more cost-efficient waste removal contract in place. But the water specifically I think that's the exception. A homeowner doesn't, wherever they live, unless they have they're not part of the municipal system, they would have be part of the systems that the water provider provides. So that includes the testing and all the equipment that needs to be covered, keeping in mind that because of all the underground services are covered by the Condo Corp, because they're on private land, and they have to fund the replacement over 35 years or whatever the time is. So they're covering that already, but now they have this extra element that is, in my opinion, should have been excluded from the Condo Corp's responsibility. But I really appreciate your point. It's very well taken.
Other questions, comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I was just wondering, you mentioned briefly about the Condo Authority of Ontario, and I'm wondering if they've provided any advice on this. It appears to me that a lot of this was advised at purchase, and now we have residents who are fully realizing what they bought into and are trying to look for a better alternative to what they were advised at purchase. So it sounds to me like the issue might be with not being fully aware when they bought, which would be an issue with the developer, not a town issue. And I know that the Condo Authority has a tribunal if it's necessary to go that route. I'm just wondering if you can let me know what they have advised.
Yeah, this is currently not within the jurisdiction of the tribunal, and their jurisdiction is increasing over time and expanding. For example, in January, they were dealing with additional dispute types, not this one. You're absolutely right. There was a disclosure statement that was provided to potential purchasers for them to have the 10-day cooling off period per the Condo Act to decide, and get appropriate legal advice to determine whether this is a development that they want, the purchasers would ultimately want to live in and purchase. So you're right. I'm not questioning the disclosure part of this. I'm just more looking at the approval process to allow this type of a scenario to take place. Because again, if Caveat Emptor does operate in this, with pre-construction sales, and obviously it's the duty of the purchaser to be properly educated in what they're getting into. That's not to say that a site should be so convoluted, and maybe I'm sorry to use that word, that it adds expenses that should realistically not be placed in the private domain of the Condo Corp. And that's what really we're saying here. Despite the fact that it was disclosed, I think that the question here for you as a council and as a municipality to consider going forward, what would be a better approach to avoid the problems that this carries. And I don't think the liability issue has even been explored yet. I don't think that's even understood yet. And I'm gonna, have to deal with my client on that one, and then see what the insurance carrier and broker comments on that one.
Okay, thank you. When you talk about the added expenses, it's not the town that's adding the added expenses, though. This is something that they were made aware of when they purchased. Is that correct?
They were made aware of it in broad strokes. They didn't know yet what the equipment was going to be. They didn't. It's an estimation. It's not actual. That's what, and it's well in the future. The budget is going to be actually operating within 3-4 years of time from prime of purchase. So there's many unknowns that obviously are the best guess, the best approach is provided to disclose that, but things change.
Sorry, my question was that who was adding the extra expenses? You talked about adding expenses. It's not the town that's adding expenses.
No, I'm not suggesting directly. I'm saying by virtue of approving the development as it was with this extra water burden, you are actually basically stating to the developer, yes, go ahead and market it this way and disclose the development this way to potential purchasers, with the direct result that yes, homeowners who purchase there would have that extra charge. And in comparison with other jurisdictions where I've never seen this before.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Just wanted to make a point that while that disclosure takes place at the time of purchase and it's built into the agreement of purchase and sale, once the condo is built and people are occupying it, any number of things can happen after the fact, whether it's a window that needs to be replaced, an assessment that needs to, those monthly fees are subject to the board making decisions. The board could decide that they want to paint everybody's house purple all of a sudden and assess that fee to every single one of those property owners. And there is no control over it from that perspective. Again, it's another argument for to point into the direction that it's not an easy housing type to sustain if you're on a fixed income, if you don't know what the reality of your expenses are going to be from a month to month. And that's it has nothing to do with what happens in the sales office, and everything to do that what happens once the board is constituted and they start voting on expenses and selecting whose supplier they're going to be used for waste management or winter maintenance. Thank you.
We, two things I'd like to share. We do have a report that actually was planned long before we knew, Mr. Buckler, that you were coming. It was quite some time ago, and it is later on in our agenda, N3, and I suspect it will be at least an hour before we get there, and possibly an hour and a half. But I just wanted to let you know that there is a report at that time. We also have Barry Robson, who's a guest who would like to speak. And Mr. Robson, here's your opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, the first thing I want to mention, I'm going to ask if you can hear me okay. That's the first thing. And the other thing is, I don't know about procedures, so if I do this incorrectly, you can correct me. But I just wanted to point out that some of the conditions that we're now under were not clearly brought out at the time of purchase. As a matter of fact, I was one of the earlier purchasers at January of 2018, and the decisions about the Safe Drinking Water Act were not fully decided between the builder and the town and the Ministry of the Environment until 2019. So we were not made aware of those things. But the main issue that we're trying to get across here is that we purchased knowing that these were freehold homes and that there was a common element component. What we would like is for the freehold homeowners to be treated in the same manner that all other freehold homeowners are in the town of East Gwillimbury and in Mount Albert. Specifically, I don't know whether you're aware, but at present, the town administration will not even allow direct water billing to our homes. I didn't go into this blindly. There are other people here that were in condos before. I was in a similar one for 10 years. We had a great working relationship with the town of Caledon. We had direct water billing. We had waste management, and we did not have safe drinking. We were not registered under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So I just wanted to tell you some of the things that somebody had mentioned earlier about, we could go out and get ourselves another collection agency. And I just want to read something directly from a response. We sent a letter to the council in July and got a response from Mr. Meggett. And in the last paragraph, "I'm sorry, Barry, I understand the implications of private collection on the residents of King's Landing, but municipal collection will not be provided. I will be speaking directly with senior staff at GFL to ensure that they are aware that no collection vehicles should be entering King's Landing, and they will be responsible for any liability for that action." So not only is he saying that the town will not take on waste management, he's saying that he's advising GFL not to enter a contract with us, even though GFL has said they have no problem. As a matter of fact, we've documented, and I think some of you will have received that at an earlier meeting, we've documented 7 different times that GFL vehicles have come in here, turned around, because I guess they were on the wrong road, turned around and exited safely on Center. And at one point, they picked up the garbage and recycling for one of our residents because he puts his out early the day before on the Tuesday. So they managed to pick that up. So what we're basically asking for is the same services from the town that every other freehold homeowner receives, given that we are going to take care of our common element component by ourselves through our reserve fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robson. So when we get to our N3, which will be our report from staff, I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions from our council members, and you have provided some questions as well regarding staff positioning. And so I might suggest I don't know the exact timing, but I'm going to say it will be at least an hour from now and possibly closer to 2, that we will be dealing with a report under N3 at that time. So I would encourage you to be available if you are. And hopefully some of the questions that you have asked, we will have staff on the report at that time, and you could get some answers at that time as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of council, any other questions, comments at this time? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the deputation, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We will move now to presentations, item G on our agenda. And we have G. Stanisci, Manager of Business Intelligence and Data Analytics, York Regional Police. And we also have Deputy Chief Paulo da Silva with us. I'll turn it over to you, Deputy.
Excellent. And good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council and staff. Once again, I am Deputy Chief Paulo da Silva, and I oversee the administrative branch at York Regional Police. And we also have with us Greg Stanisci, our Manager of Business Intelligence and Data Analytics. This morning, we are very excited to demonstrate our new community data safety portal. York Regional Police have been pioneers and leaders in leveraging business intelligence and data analytics within policing. And a year ago, we had a vision to replace and transform our existing crime maps through our business intelligence and analytics team to design and develop a community data safety portal, which would allow our community to participate and engage in community safety and well-being. This new portal is innovative, supports greater transparency, provides a platform for community engagement with the goal of fostering community safety and well-being as a shared responsibility. It is my pleasure to turn things over to Manager Greg Stanisci, who will provide an overview and demonstration of the new portal. Greg?
Morning. Thank you, Deputy, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Hopefully you can all see our screen. Is that okay? I only see a Deputy in my little meeting window, so I'm going to look to him to see if there's any issues throughout the presentation. But thank you again, and as you'll see, we'll be taking you through the new community safety data portal, and it's been live since November 10th of this year, and we've had a great response to the portal from the community already. We've had over 10,000 people from the public log in and use the portal to date. And I'd like to also point out this solution is a great result of partnerships with the region and our community, as we've had over 100 community members involved in the design and testing of a solution prior to its release. And I'm going to be respectful of everyone's time this morning and try to keep this quick to the time allotted, which I believe was approximately 20 minutes, to discuss the core features of the solution. And if anyone's interested in detailed training sessions, you're welcome to register for any one of our sessions that are scheduled over the next few weeks, and I'll show you how to check out those sessions in a few minutes. The page I'm showing you right now is yrp.ca. And as you can see, the portal is front and center in our banner that is scrolling. You can also see the training sessions that are being offered throughout the banner as well. The crime map itself, or the portal, can be found by accessing or clicking on the crime map link at the top of the page, or at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll also see crime map. What I'd like to do is show that to you. So I'm just going to click on the crime map and bring up the portal landing page. And as you'll see, as this portal landing page loads up, of course, through live demonstrations, we sometimes see things not respond as expected. So I'm just going to try and reset the page here Actually, I'm just going to quickly close that and reopen it. Our images aren't coming through as expected right now. Give it one more shot here. Close up on my browser settings. We sometimes have issues when we're doing live demonstrations. Zoom or Teams, they sometimes take up a lot of our computer bandwidth. So here's the main portal itself. As you see right across the top, the message Deputy De Silva mentioned, which is our main theme and vision for the solution, is community safety is a shared responsibility. So we want everyone who opens this portal to remember that and to feel that as they use the product, as you'll see throughout this morning session. We also want everyone to be aware of this right here, and this is really important, I think, to everybody, is York Region is one of the safest communities in Canada, and we don't want people who see the crime map for the first time and may notice a lot of crime points on the map if you load up crime for the last 365 days to feel that, you know, things are dangerous in York Region. Those who may have never seen our crime map before or are not aware of crime maps from other areas in Ontario or the US may not be as may not understand the volume of crime related to population ratios. So we want everyone to be quite comfortable that despite all the things you're going to see in our demonstration this morning or what you might find on the crime map, York Region is one of the safest communities in Canada. And as you'll see, East Gwillimbury is also a very, very safe municipality, and that will be quite prevalent in my demonstration of the crime map. Also want everyone to understand and see right up front, the Community Safety Data Portal is designed to support our community by helping provide information like Crime Stoppers tips or digital evidence. These are integrated into this new portal. It also provides education on crime prevention tips, security camera registry links, so people can join the security camera solution if they haven't already, which helps the police find images or details about anyone who's been the victim of a crime. It also allows and improves transparency by giving our public and the community more access to crime statistics, trends, and data in near real time. We've never had this much data presented to the public in York Region like we have now with this current solution. We'll also see the work that this supports with our neighborhood watch groups, which are a major supporter of this solution, are a major benefactor of this new ability to analyze crime, almost as well as a crime analyst in York Regional Police. And this also, all the solution is mobile friendly and very accessible. It is a brand new solution we've worked on with our vendor Esri Canada. So it's important to also be aware that there's mobile versions, desktop versions, and also accessibility is built into the design. And just to show you some of the accessibility, right on the top of the page, you can see the translate feature, which allows people to select from over 100 different languages that you might find across our diverse region. And you can pick any of those languages and notice how the page updates so people have a better sense of what application they want to open up and what the description of those applications might be. So it can be easily switched by just going through this translation window and picking your language of choice. I'm going to go back to English for general presentation skills this morning. And as we take a look at the rest of the page, I'd like to also point out, as I mentioned earlier, these Community Safety Portal Academy sessions. So for those of you who are on the line or watching this presentation this morning, there's a session this afternoon. There's another session on Thursday this week. And there's another session planned for Wednesday, and we'll continue to add these sessions throughout this year and into next year as well to ensure all the public are aware, have an opportunity to learn about all the great features. These sessions are approximately an hour in length. They are more detailed than what I'm about to do this morning, and we've had great turnouts to these. We've had 50 attend our first session, and there's already 50 people registered for the next few sessions, so they are also quite popular. A new feature you're seeing today, if you've already looked at our portal when it launched back in November, this is brand new as of this morning. We tried to time it for our council presentations. We have a new seasonal alert feature, which is warning the public of seasonal issues that might be affecting people in York Region. And we've heard about these vehicle thefts going on across the region. They have continued to plague many people in the region. And you'll see here the vehicle theft warning and prevention tips. So we've got a link here that will take us to a media release which summarizes how people have been affected, or how these criminals are taking our vehicles and what kind of new skills and technologies they're using. So you can read all about it from the media release, and at the same time you can see the 2 new YouTube videos which are short and explain in detail the information you're seeing on this media release. And I'm also going to show how these types of seasonal alerts and community safety alerts are embedded right into the crime map that I'll be showing you a little bit later on. Right across the top of the page, there are direct links to maps, dashboards, a very detailed help and FAQ section, so you can learn about all the crime details or terms in the glossary. You can see full descriptions. You can learn about the frequently asked questions, the terms and conditions, but most importantly, someone who's new to this portal, I suggest watching our short videos. These are approximately 10 to 12-minute videos that describe the community safety map as well as the road safety map. There's a feedback page, a resource page, statistics page for people who need official statistics or are interested in those. I'm going to start off my demonstration with the actual dashboard. So I've just clicked on dashboards, and you'll see 2 dashboards available, a crime dashboard and a road safety dashboard. I'm going to click on the crime dashboard to give everyone a sense of our simple KPIs, key performance indicators that help everyone become very aware of the crimes that are most important, that have the greatest impact on the safety and security of our people. So you see these 12 key performance indicators, from assaults to weapons violations. You see the number of those crimes that have happened in the last 7 days, and you'll see across the bottom, you have a 7-day window, a 30-day window, a 180-day variance, as well as a 365-day variance. And these are defaulted to the regional view. So these are crimes across the region. We do want this to be very relative to everyone who lives in York Region. So if you live in East Gwillimbury, we have a municipality drop-down list, so you can go and select East Gwillimbury. By doing that, you'll see the crime types update, and you can now see the crimes that have affected East Gwillimbury over the last 30 days. So we can see in the last 30 days, assaults are slightly up, break-in enters are slightly up, drug violations are down, theft of motor vehicles are down, and you can see the percentage of change based on your choice, whether you're looking at 30 days or 365 days. So as you can see, East Gwillimbury has a great story when it comes to these KPIs and the crime types that have been dropping over the last period. I'm going to go back to the main the main page, and you can go back to the main page by either using your back button on your browser, or you can click on the YRP logo on the top left-hand corner if you don't already bookmark our landing page and use your favorites bar. So back to the landing page. I'm going to scroll down a little bit just to show everyone again the content that you're about to see. Looking at the community safety maps, there are 2 versions. So there is the desktop version and the mobile version. The mobile version is our most popular version, as most people are using their phones to keep up on things. So you can definitely access that, but that's better used and viewed from your own phone. I'm going to use the desktop version for the demonstration this morning. And by clicking on that, you'll see the crime map load. This is, again, as Deputy De Silva mentioned, a replacement for our previous crime map. We have had a crime map in the past, but this was designed internally by our team, who have made this for York Region members and designed it to ensure the engagement of our members in our community. On the top left-hand corner, there is an ability to filter the map by municipality. So I'll show you how to do that in a moment and how to select East Gwillimbury. There's an easy date range selector, so you can choose to view the crimes by 7 days, 30 days, all the way up to 365 days, or view all the data. Right now, this crime map is showing all crime from 2020, January 1st to date. This data is updated on a nightly basis, so every night, the latest occurrences that have been processed through our transcription, our quality assurance group, will be available on the map as of 3 a.m. approximately. I'm going to move down the left-hand panel and notice there is an occurrence grouping feature. By default, the crime map shows the primary occurrences. These are the most serious occurrences as rated by the Crime Severity Index in Canada. So we have primary occurrences showing up, and you'll see on the right-hand side a summary chart which shows, things like arsons, assaults, break-and-enters, weapons violations, thefts of motor vehicles. Those are the primary occurrence groupings. If you click on secondary, you can see those secondary groupings. These are less serious offenses as ranked by Statistics Canada, but you'll see things like frauds, mischiefs, theft under. So you can choose to view them separately, so the map maybe isn't overwhelming depending on where you live or how much data you choose, or you can choose to view them all by clicking the all button. Okay, so now we can see the chart is showing all of those community safety alerts. I'm going to go back to the primary view and show you the easy ability to just zoom into an area of the map. So I'm going to zoom into the East Gwillimbury area just by zooming in, not selecting it specifically. And as I zoom in, we see there's not a lot of crime happening in East Gwillimbury over the last 7 days. So I'm going to go up to the predefined date range and select 60 days to give us a little more information to look at. And as you can see, there's a little more crime happening in the area. You can see the chart has updated. So the chart is showing us exactly what is in the map. And you'll notice, we see a total of 147 events that are in my view, but I'm seeing things that are happening also in Newmarket. So in order to ensure I'm only seeing crime happening that has happened in East Gwillimbury, I'm going to change the municipal filter to East Gwillimbury, and this will ensure that any data I see as I move around the map, I'm only seeing East Gwillimbury events. And you can see we only have 57 primary crimes that have happened in East Gwillimbury over the last 60 days. If I zoom in to those and I see, let's say, I'm someone who lives in this neighborhood and I'm interested in what is going on in this neighborhood. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have an awareness of theft of motor vehicles being on the rise. So I can click on the chart to see those theft of motor vehicles focused on my map, and I can see where they are and where they've happened. If I want to see or have more happened in the last 180 days, I can change my date range and see how many have increased over the time period, and there's only been 7 over the last 365 days. If I want to see those that are most recent, I can go back to the 7-day view and see there are none in the last 7 days. So I'm going to go back to 30 days and zoom back out here to have a look at those. And there we go. We can see those events on the map. And what I'm going to show you as well is the map tips themselves. By clicking on one of these theft of motor vehicles, you'll see the details we provide. We do take a lot of care to sanitize this information, ensuring we maintain the privacy of all those who are affected by crime. So we sanitize the data, and we also locate the crimes to the nearest intersection. So the crime will never be displayed at the house or in the location of the actual crime. It will always be moved to the nearest intersection to try and prevent or provide more privacy. By looking at theft of motor vehicles, you'll see this one is actually still open. It happened at a residence. It happened in our 1 district police area. You can see our municipality here. There's a direct link to submit Crime Stoppers tips. So if you know anything about this and want to share that with Crime Stoppers, you can do so directly by clicking on that link and filling out this form. If you want to learn about the crime prevention info related to theft of motor vehicles, you can click on the crime prevention link. That will take you to our general crime prevention page, which you can search through and see and learn more about crime prevention in general. But we have those seasonal alerts built in here, so you can click on the seasonal alert right from the map and see that seasonal alert we showed earlier, as well as those 2 videos. So I'll just give you an idea of how easy it is to watch this crime prevention video. This is the first video we've created related to crime prevention. It helps people understand what is going on with these theft of vehicles. We don't have time to watch the whole video, so I just wanted you to be aware of how quickly and easily you can access the video. And here's video 2, very easy to access and learn about crime prevention related to vehicles by Officer Detective Jeff McKercher. So coming back to the map, you see the easy access to this crime prevention information. We want to make sure people are aware of what is going on in their area and are aware of the crime prevention tips related to the crime in their area. Crimes vary from the north of the region to the south of the region, the volume and the types that are affecting maybe your neighborhood. So we want you to be aware of what's affecting your neighborhood and make sure you're very informed. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and change my view from East Gwillimbury to all, because I want to point out another major function we built for York Region, and that is the community safety alerts. So this is a little more general than our seasonal alerts. And on the bottom right-hand corner for the last 30 days, there are a number of community safety alerts. And these are related to the media releases that our organization puts out through social media and on our webpage. but these are now related and specific to the areas that we live in. So if you want to see this, where this robbery has happened, by clicking on the link, it will show us this robbery happened in Georgina or in the Keswick area. So you can see where it happened. You can learn about how you can help solve this case. By clicking the Help Solve This Case link, we can see that witnesses are following this attempted commercial robbery. The organization, the officers will usually share information about the suspects, how they left, what kind of vehicles they may have been driving, what kind of clothes they might have been wearing. Anything we have, we will share with the public. And we are asking the public to follow with our holdup unit at this extension, or if you're not comfortable with that, send a tip in through Crime Stoppers. So that's kind of information that's now built directly into our portal, into our crime map that, again, we believe will engage the community into this shared responsibility of our safety. So zooming back out, you'll see the chart updates. We can see all the crime across the region. I want to just point out a couple major crime types on the left that we've never had before for our community safety and well-being sake. We have violent crimes, shootings, and hate crimes. We've never had these summarized for the region before. So looking at the region, I'm just clicking on violent crimes, and I'll make sure East Gwillimbury is still in view. By clicking on violent crimes, you're now focused on those most serious offenses. You can see there are assaults, there was 2 attempted murders, some firearms violations, robberies, and weapons violations. If you want to see where those have happened, you can click on them. They will focus on the map. There looks like there was one in Holland Landing in this period. You can click on that if you like. I'm going to deselect violent crimes and show you the same functionality for shootings. And again, I'm looking at the last 30 days for shootings in the region. And if I zoom out to the whole region, we'll see how many have happened across the region. It looks like right now there were 2, and they were 2 related to attempted murders. So if you want to learn more about those, you can click on the link and see the details. If we have related community safety alerts, you would see the community safety alert. This happened back, looks like October. This one up here, if I click on the link, we can see happened actually in November as well. So you can see and learn about these as those tips come out, and as the information comes out, we share those with the public as well. I'm going to turn off shootings and make sure everyone's also aware of hate crimes. Hate crimes is also very important to York Region, York Regional Police, and our community. By clicking on hate crimes and going to our groupings and turning on all occurrence groupings, we'll see some of the hate crimes that have happened are not related to primary crime offense types. They are related to mischiefs and other persons crimes over the last 30 days. So we can see exactly where these other persons crimes have happened. We can zoom in on the region. None happened in East Gwillimbury, but if you want to see those that have happened in Vaughan or what kind of crime that might have been, you can see by clicking on the link, there's an other person's crime type and the details. This was a criminal harassment. If you want to learn more about that, again, you can click on the crime prevention tab.
Greg, you're at 18 minutes, by the way.
Thank you, Deputy. I do want to wrap this up and give everyone a chance to ask some questions. I tried to give you a very high-level summary of the major functionality, but I do encourage everyone to sign up for a training session or follow up with the deputy or myself, and we can perhaps offer more detailed training for anyone through, for East Gwillimbury.
Greg, do you want to just quickly go through the road safety portion?
Yes, thank you, Deputy. I will go back to the main page and just point out that we have separated road safety data into their own products because it is so detailed. So we have a road safety map and a road safety dashboard. I'll just click on the road safety. Sorry, I clicked on the road safety mobile map. I meant to click on the road safety dashboard. So going back to the main page, here's the road safety dashboard. The road safety dashboard has road safety related occurrence types. And as those occurrence types load, I've got to close a few of my tabs here. I've got too many things running. Just going to reload that. So the road safety dashboard has the same variance tabs as you saw in the crime dashboard. So we have 730, 180, 365. I'll just click on 365 quickly so you can see the volume of road safety offenses that have happened across the region. So we can see Still a lot of impaired offenses, and they're up 10% over the same period last year, which is 365 days. We can see the total traffic collisions that just involve property damage is up 2% from this time last year. And you can see all these other numbers of major road safety offense types like street racing, dangerous driving, stunt driving, all of these major occurrences. If we want to see East Gwillimbury, I'll just select East Gwillimbury from our municipal dropdown, and you can see this dashboard related to your community, and you can be better informed about the types of messaging and information we want to share with East Gwillimbury people to ensure they are being more mindful of the roads that they travel. I do want to point out the intersections tab on the bottom. This is designed to show people the intersections with the most collisions across the region. I am focused on East Gwillimbury, and I'm sorry to say, but Yonge and Green Lane is the intersection with the most collisions in the region. So I am looking at East Gwillimbury, and you can see we have 80 collisions over the last 365 days. The next intersection with the highest collisions is Leslie and Green Lane with 26. I'm going to give you a view of the region just so you can get a better sense by deselecting East Gwillimbury and seeing the intersections across the region. I'm sure everybody travels throughout the region on their day-to-day. And you can see Yonge and Green Lane has 80. It's the highest. Major Mac and Jane is the second highest with 69 over the last 365 days. And you can see the rest of the list. By clicking on any of these intersections, it will focus that intersection for you on the map, and you can get a better sense of what has happened there. So you can use the map to view and work with the actual points if you want to see those collisions across the map, but this is a good summary for people who want to have a better sense of how road safety is affecting their drive. And one other quick point, the fatal occurrences tab, which is designed to show the fatalities across the region. We get a lot of questions on this, of course, and unfortunately there were 19 fatalities. This is down 5% from the last year, and you can see the types of, and I'm going to say types of people, but how people were commuting or driving. You know, there were 2 cyclists, 7 pedestrians, 11 drivers, and no passengers affected by those fatalities. And whether or not drug or alcohol was involved, the majority were not involving alcohol. One of these events involved alcohol. So that's a good summary of our road safety efforts. Deputy, do you want us to look at the road safety map, or should we move on to questions?
I would invite Madam Chair to, I know we're at our time, and whether or not we can continue for another minute or we can conclude, because I know you have a full agenda.
Please continue. I know that all members of council and our public are watching this very, very engaged in this process. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So the road safety map, I will click on the desktop version. Again, there's a mobile version as well. The road safety map is almost identical to the community safety map. The main differences are the occurrence types that affect the road safety. So we have careless driving, dangerous driving, and all of those visible. It does start off like the other map at 7 days. We can move this up to 30 or 60 depending on your interest. I'm just going to look at 30 days. You can see the ability to filter the events on the map as you want to explore. So you have the ability to view whether these events involved impaired operations by alcohol or drug or both. So I can say, show me all the events that involved alcohol, these road safety events. So by clicking on alcohol, we can see those. Of course, our impaired operation charges all involve impaired, so that's a given. But you can see 8 dangerous driving occurrences involved alcohol. 12 property damage collisions involved alcohol. So we can zoom in on those. I can just manually zoom into the East Gwillimbury area so you can have a look at that. Or again, going up to the top of the page, selecting East Gwillimbury, moving to the date range. And since I'm just focused on East Gwillimbury, selecting something like 180 days, unchecking alcohol so we can see all of those events across East Gwillimbury. This will give you all a great sense of what is affecting East Gwillimbury when it comes to your road safety. You can zoom in on any cluster to get a better sense of what are we seeing here. So here's Yonge and Green Lane. We can look at that area. We can see a lot of collisions have been reported just in the parking lots, which is interesting. So that's why you're seeing those points off the roads. And just so we know, Our collision-related data is not sanitized to the intersections. They're actual points. So that's why we're seeing collisions in the actual plazas here, as opposed to seeing them on the road intersections. So you will see actual points for collisions. Most do happen at intersections. You can focus on these, things like these property damage collisions, which is the majority, and see where those have happened. As I zoom into this area, there was 65 happening in my view right now, which is within East Gwillimbury and looking at this Yonge and Green Lane space. We can uncheck that and again, keep moving throughout the region to get a better sense. You will see community safety alerts related to road safety matters as well. And you will also start seeing seasonal notifications by us related to road safety. So you'll probably see things related to RIDE coming out as we get closer to the holiday season. I will just zoom out and move off of East Gwillimbury, go to the whole region again, just to give you a sense of these community safety alerts related to dangerous driving. So there was a media release came out related to dangerous driving. You can click on that media release to see, the fact that 25 motorists were charged with stunt driving alone last weekend. Or actually, this was posted in on November 8th. So this is a great way to keep in touch with all the great information York Regional Police members are sharing with the public. It centralizes it all into one place. So you don't have to go to our social media links to keep informed. You can use our crime map, the community safety portal in general, to be very well informed of anything road safety or community safety oriented. Again, lots of great filters on the left. You can filter all the media releases on the map to see where those have happened. And we can see these two were on the southern part of the region in the Vaughan and Richmond Hill area. So lots of great features, lots of ability there to focus on your own area or your own interests. If you're a business owner or just somebody who lives in the region, I definitely encourage you to try our training sessions hosted by Constable Chris Chesney. He loves to see great full Zoom meeting rooms. Deputy, anything else you think I should point out before we turn it back over?
No, I know, Greg, this is usually an hour presentation and we're trying to fit it in, and Madam Mayor has been at probably a few of these for our internal BI demonstrations. And obviously, anytime we are willing to provide further demonstrations. And obviously, as Greg has indicated, we have the ability to provide members of the public, members of council, an opportunity to actually delve a little deeper into this with individual training sessions as signed up. I just want to take a moment. Our vision at York Regional Police has always been one that community safety and well-being is a shared responsibility, and we recognize that. And without our public, without the public support, crimes do not get solved. And this is one avenue that we really felt passionate about to really garner that community engagement. And by looking at a very detailed municipal level, we hope that members of our community will be able to sort of look at crime trends, look at issues that are happening within their community, and really participate in that engagement to help York Region remain one of the safest communities in Canada. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanisci and Deputy DiPaolo. Wow, it's I couldn't describe it right now to people. Just amazing the data that you've shared with us. It does make me feel, and I think other members of council, we are a safe community. We do have issues from time to time, no different than any other community as well. But I do think that we are well looked after by York Regional Police, and you're only a call away, and we know that. So this is quite interesting. At some point, perhaps when we have an open house, it may be an opportunity to invite the public in when we get back into our council chambers and be able to share this as well. I'm quite sure that those that are listening today are very much appreciated and also a little bit in awe by the amount of data that you're able to manipulate for us. And I think every member of every resident in East Gwillimbury at some point or another should have an opportunity to see this. So we may give you a call back at a later date when we're back in the council chambers, and an opportunity to invite the community in as well. Thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks. That was a fabulous presentation, and I can see a couple of hours passing very quickly if you jump onto this website and start looking at stats. With regards to something you mentioned about the Yonge and Green Lane intersection, and we all know that that one is a bad intersection, not bad, but busy intersection, let's put it that way. Multiple lanes of traffic going virtually every which way. It leads me to a quick question. How often does your information get forwarded to, say, in this instance, York Region, where that intersection is on both roads? So let's say your statistics show that there is a very, very large number of accidents to do with left-hand turns when proceeding, east or west from the north or southbound lanes, so that at some point, you may look at that intersection and say, we need to go back and have a look and see how we're funneling traffic through, whether it be one lane, 2 lanes, advanced greens, however that might work. Is there collaboration between your stats that go to, even a direct municipality? It could be on a smaller intersection. Just wondering.
Go ahead, Greg.
Deputy. Thank you, Deputy. So prior to this product, York Regional Police has been sharing and sending collision-related data, much more detailed and specific, to the region Roads Bureau, Roads Department. So we've been partnering with them for many, many years, sharing data on a regular basis. And as noted, they do receive the causalities of these collisions. So they are able to better understand whether the majority of those collisions at Yonge and Green Lane are left turn related or right turn related or direct travel. So they have all the specifics. We share that directly. This is now a new opportunity for the public to be more aware. And as Deputy De Silva encouraged myself and my team, we are working with our traffic bureau to capture more details related to these. And you will see on the road safety map more proactive information related to these intersections and the types of collisions that are affecting these municipalities. So stay tuned for more details for the public. There's been a lot of sharing with the regional regional bureaus, but we definitely want to encourage more sharing with the public specifically, so they can, train their families and their children and anyone driving in these areas, which intersections to be mindful of and what to think about when you're going through those intersections.
I will only add, operationally, the data is obviously invaluable to us in terms of proactive patrol. So when we know that there is a high collision intersection, obviously that informs an evidence-based approach to our resources. And that's the beauty of data analytics. It really guides us in terms of our resource allocation. So when we know that there are hotspots or there are intersections that are obviously a cause of concern, it allows us to better deploy those resources to address them.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Morton and then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the deputy. Sitting on the DCLC group and the number of years that I have, and actually was supposed to be there today, but this was amazing. And I knew that you were going through with a lot of this stuff, but it is just phenomenal what the work that you've done. And I have to say thank you to YRP for the work that they are doing. And I hope that many of our members and our people that live in East Gwillimbury decide to look at this so that they do know how much work that you're putting into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Councillor Foster's point, you can't tell, but I've got bags under my eyes. I spent quite a bit of time. I went down the rabbit hole, having some fun on this resource last night before our meeting, and I had noted the vehicle theft was certainly a trend that was happening, certainly in the area that I represent, and I'm happy to see that you're working to address that. And I had seen the press releases for that as well. I was curious to understand why you had split out the community safety and the road safety. The prior iteration of your map kind of had them so that you could filter out what you were most interested in. Is it just because of the volume of data? Because I know you've dramatically enhanced the amount of information about each incident that you're sharing. Is that part of the reason why you separated them out?
Go ahead, Greg.
Deputy, do you want me? Yeah, thanks, Deputy. I appreciate your question. I appreciate your feedback, and I apologize for your time in the rabbit hole. But no, you're exactly right. The road safety data, when combined with crime data, can cause confusion. When you have a lot of data on the map, you're then we call it sometimes you're dealing with too much noise, and we wanted to be able to focus on the highest priority, highest community safety items as the priority in the community safety map, and then still provide the ability to tailor the road safety experience, which is also very important to us. So that's why we've separated them. There are two completely different types of issues that we deal with in the region and at York Regional Police, and we wanted to try this approach. Maybe in a year or two, if we decide that the communities are more comfortable with the data, and the tools allow us to better manage them, we might, see those combining in the future, or have a map that allows them combined, right, as opposed to separate. So I appreciate your feedback on that, and we'll keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. I think this is an amazing tool for us as community leaders, but also for our residents to be able to answer some of their own questions. I'm still waiting for there to be some sort of a solution to the Facebook posts about why the helicopter is circling or why they are hearing sirens. It's still, we're not there yet, but we're getting awfully close. Thank you.
I will speak to that briefly, Madam Mayor, and I could tell you we have heard you, and we are working diligently on phase 2 on some of these pieces. So we will look to see what we could do in that regard.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our presenters. Thank you very much for this very informative session. I think to a comment that Councillor Roy DiClemente just made, sometimes, Facebook groups can be, they could be a great thing, and then they can also be the absolute worst. You hear someone report, oh, my neighbor's car was stolen, and then another person will chime in, oh, yeah, I hear it too. And so it becomes, exponential. And it's really, you're just talking about one person, where you might think it's the echo chamber of Facebook, where you think that there's everyone on the street was getting their car. So the great, cure for that is data. And this is what you're providing us. So I really appreciate that. And East Gwillimbury is looking very good and very safe. And so that's reassuring to know. What plans do you have to promote this wonderful new tool that we can share with the public? I'll certainly be doing my bit, but I want to know if you have any ideas how you'll get the good news out about this.
So I could start off, and then I'll turn it over to Greg. Obviously, community consultations. We've had a number of forums from, just prior to launching. We have community data academies. We obviously have all of our council presentations, and we're hoping that with each one, the message keeps growing. There is a strategy that, from a communication standpoint, that we are going to use to really promote this. So this is just the beginning, and this is just the beginning of phase 1. We have another phase 2 plan, which completely enhances our vision in terms of making this something that the community feels that they really can participate in. And Greg, any other additional comments?
No, I would echo the strategy, and from yrp.ca. You'll see it regularly posted on our banner. Our social media accounts are always referring to the portal. So you'll see more social media posts. And I also heard it was promoted on the radio last week or the week before. And we have plans with Rogers to do information sessions. Our DCLCs and those types of public groups are also very well informed, and we're continuing to promote it that way. Every district command and district community-oriented response officer is trained and is also sharing this portal with the people they come into contact with. And the deputy has approved some promotional items as well that we will be producing and sharing for with those who are valued users that are promoting this. So there's a lot of things to come to ensure this is well used.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. I do have a resolution, be it resolved that the presentation by G. Stanisci, Manager of Business Intelligence and Data Analytics, York Regional Police, regarding the Community Safety Data Portal be received with thanks. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Wonderful to have you with us this morning. And hopefully when things get back to some normal and we have some community outreach programs and evenings where we have the public coming into our council chambers, we hope that that we can certainly highlight what you are doing out there to keep us safe. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
We are in our agenda item G2, and that is Mr. Karmazyn, General Manager, Community Parks, Recreation, Culture, and our Baldwin, Chief Administrative Officer for the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, making a presentation to Council entitled Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority Awards Update. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
So, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I was going to, it seems today is Community Partner Day, and not only having our friends from YRP here, but also our colleagues and friends from our Conservation Authority here as well. And we welcome relatively newly minted CAO, Rob Baldwin, who we've known for many years. And recently, the LSRCA had a virtual awards ceremony, and I attended virtually and was quite pleased to see the town and its staff, and for some of our programs was acknowledged. Our Environmental Advisory Committee and our supportive staff in that initiative were also acknowledged and received an award. And several of our residents had done some incredible work as well. And it was a real eye-opener for myself of all these wonderful initiatives occurring in our watershed. So on that note, I'm going to pass it to General Manager Karmazyn and CAO from the Conservation Authority, Rob Baldwin, to provide some highlights from the awards update. So over to you, General Manager Karmazyn.
Thank you, CAO Webster, and through you, Madam Mayor. Prior to Mr. Baldwin presenting today, I'd just like to thank him for joining us this morning. And I will also say that I'd like to highlight that the first two awards that are presented today were led by Community Parks, Rec and Culture, and the third award for Healthy Community, which is presented for NOMO May, was led by our Environmental Advisory Committee, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, Communications and Customer Service. So it was really a multi-departmental award and accomplishment. I'd like to now introduce Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Haxton, members of council. Always a pleasure to be here. It's always a tough act to follow after following YRP with that presentation. I'm glad we always go before them at budget at York Region Council. Yes, as staff mentioned, on November 26th, we hosted our annual Conservation Awards ceremony virtually. after missing it, unfortunately, in 2020 with as we were everyone's trying to move through the pandemic. And if we could maybe go to the next slide, if you don't mind. Thanks. So among, of course, the many deserving award recipients, we honor the town of East Gwillimbury with the Healthy Water Award. Healthy Water Awards are presented to individuals and groups who have completed a project that improves, supports, or protects the water quality in the Lake Simcoe watershed. Projects can be related to stormwater, water conservation, stream bank and shoreline restoration or stabilization, low impact development, and drinking water protection. And the town of East Gwillimbury completed 2 low impact development projects over the last 2 years. Both projects included resurfacing public parking areas along with some bioretention swale that captures, filters, and infiltrates stormwater runoff from the newly paved surface areas. These projects included the planting of over 300 native shrubs, which will help reduce phosphorus runoff and infiltrate just over 600 cubic meters of water annually, which is about the equivalent, to give it some context, of 60 dump trucks loads of water. So it's, as you can imagine, that's a large amount of water. So there's 2 slides of the 2 parking lots. One at the top end, at the north end of the Rogers Reservoir and Holland Landing, and the one right on just off of Green Lane. And these were great projects that we're really fortunate to catch, working with the town staff in time to look at how can we make these projects even better and bring the funding to the table to do the low impact development and get the work in, get the signage in. And we really appreciate, these are great examples of what you can do even at a small scale. And we really appreciate and continue to look forward to doing more projects as capital works and capital improvements occur across the town of East Gwillimbury. And on to the next slide, please, Aaron. We also honored the East Gwillimbury Environmental Advisory Committee with the Healthy Community Award. Healthy Community Awards celebrate individuals or groups in our watershed who have completed a project that increases community connections and engagement through events, fairs, festivals, tree planting, cleanups, or other related community programs. This group of more than 60 residents participated in the No Mow May initiative, where residents stopped mowing their lawns for the month of May in an effort to help protect bees, butterflies, and other pollinators. Each year, this group also participates in anti-litter events, battery collections, and textile recycling. Through their combined efforts, this group has made significant contribution to the care and health of the local environment. I certainly would like to congratulate Town of East Gwillimbury Council, staff, and the East Gwillimbury Environmental Advisory Committee for your ongoing and consistent support and dedication to making our watershed and Lake Simcoe healthier through projects and initiatives such as these. And these are some of the great projects, as CAO Webster mentioned, that we had a long list. I know Mayor Haxon was on for the session of recipients. It was probably our longest list ever because we were playing a bit of catch up with not having 2020, but it was, even though it was held virtually, it just was a great opportunity to recognize the great work. And I really do want to thank the town staff for working with us to get those projects in the ground, and because we're using them quite often as examples when we do some of our training courses, as well as examples of what you can do even at the small local level. So I'll be glad to take any questions, but I really appreciate being here today.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good to have you with us today. Questions from members of council? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Environmental Advisory Committee for recognizing our work on No Mow May. And I can't say enough about how nimble staff were in stepping up for this initiative. It was kind of a last minute thing. We were, worried that we weren't doing anything because of COVID. We were trying to do litter cleanups and it just wasn't happening because of all the lockdowns and that. And this was something that the committee came up with that could be done despite COVID. And it was CIES led it, but we had communications stepped up to do the signage on very short turnaround. Customer service helped us with the registrations. Finance helped us with processing donations, and CPRC helped by supporting the initiative by not mowing some key lawns to have a really good example, lead by example. I just also wanted to have a shout out to Queensville Farm Supply, who is a great community partner and helped by providing the grand prize. So it really was a full community effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions, comments at this time? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did have a slide that acknowledged some key staff, but with regards to the No Mo May initiative, there are some specific staff that I'd like to outline that were involved with some of the support that made that event in pretty quick order a success. Laura Hanna and Danielle Vernil out of our communications area, Heather Shirk and her team that lead up our customer service area, and Warren Marshall and Valadima and the finance team that helped coordinate donations and other elements as well. So we might even amend that slide for the public record to fully reflect the staff that were involved. And if I've missed any, we'll add them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments at this time? I have a motion, be it resolved that the presentation by A. Karmazyn, General Manager, Community Parks, Recreation, Culture, and R. Baldwin, Chief Administrative Officer, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, entitled Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority Awards Update, be received. But I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Crothers and Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? And that's carried. I just have some comments myself. Congratulations to all the award recipients, and on behalf of council, especially thank you to those in East Gwillimbury for being environmental champions. I have sent letters of congratulations on behalf of all members of council, and we have received a congratulatory certificate for MPP Mulrooney, which I'll pass along to staff in CPRC. Congratulations, and I'll just read it to you, and I don't know if I can put it up here. I'm going to try. Greetings from your member of Provincial Parliament. Congratulations, Town of East Gwillimbury Healthy Water Award recipient. I'm pleased to extend to you my warmest and most sincere congratulations on receiving the Healthy Water Award from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. This award is a direct reflection of the outstanding commitment you have given to preserving the Lake Simcoe watershed and our environment. And it is that you tirelessly work and your dedication. Thank you for the invaluable and proficient service you have provided to our community. Please accept my congratulations and best wishes for the many years to come. And that's signed Caroline Mulrooney. I'm going to try and see if everybody can see this. Kind of. I'll certainly put it up in our offices, and thank you very much to everyone who worked so hard on this. Mr. Baldwin, thank you. Always great to have you with us.
Thank you
very much.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. I will move along to item number 3 at this time.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and residents. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Rebecca Bachhoff, and I'm the project coordinator for the My Durham 311 project, and I will be sharing an overview of the project today. I'm joined by Kalyan Chakravarthy, or Casey, our project lead, and the Chief Information Officer for Durham Region, who's happy to take any questions council has following the presentation. Next slide, please. So today I'd like to provide you with an overview of the My Durham 311 project, as well as information on a letter you received from us with regards to our transition to 311 enabled dialing. Within Durham Region, we have a bit of a muddied landscape of communication channels for our customers. We have more than 80 front desks, 28 call centers, and 18 social media accounts, among several other ways customers can contact and interact with us. This often provides an overwhelming or confusing experience for our customers. They may not know how they can contact us, when to contact us, and often they may find themselves sharing their story several times along their path to having their service request resolved. The My Durham 311 project will enhance this customer journey. We aim to provide a clear point of contact, regardless of how the customer chooses to interact and engage with the region of Durham, whether that's online, by phone, or in person. We also aim to complete transactions seamlessly and in the channel of the customer's choosing. And we want to bring greater access to our services through extended opening hours and self-service channels. Customers can choose the channel that best suits them to get in touch with us and have their inquiry or service request resolved. Finally, we want to deliver on our commitment to providing a service that is consistent, convenient, and personalized to them. So when a customer calls about a repeated matter, we already know why they're calling, and the agent answering has the information about those service requests and the last interaction. Next slide, please. So the My Durham 311 program wants to move us to be a fully functional digital region, meaning any service that we can provide digitally will be available, providing customers who, for example, provide self-service or accessing information online, the opportunity and ability to do so. We also want to transition to an omni-channel experience, meaning if the customer chooses to contact the region by phone or through an online channel, they will receive the same level of service and the same information. We intend to move to a focus on first call or first contact resolution. This means when a customer speaks to a My Durham 311 agent, our customer service representatives, that agent, on as many occasions as possible, provides an answer to the customer, opposed to the customer speaking to multiple individuals across the organization to get an answer to their questions. We're also moving towards a single source of the truth, supported by customer relationship management system. This means we'll know who that customer is and why they're calling us. We know that their information, and we don't have different information within each of our departments. For example, we don't have a Mrs. Rebecca Backup on one department system and our Backup in another department system. We know our customers. We also aim to move to an intuitive customer portal where customers can log in and complete transactions, pay bills online, and move towards a more digital experience. This program aims to help the customer, the region, and also our local area municipalities. Next slide, please. For our customers, the benefits are faster access to information and the answer they need. Our hope is that by providing multiple channels, we'll give the customer easier access. There will be less instances of call routing, fewer transfers between departments, and customers will be able to access stacked services. So a customer will be able to pay their water bill and ask a question about regional childcare or when their next waste pickup is. In the current state, this would involve a transition or transfer between the two service areas responsible. And finally, personalized service and a focus on resolving inquiries at first contact will be another benefit. Next slide, please. Through My Durham 311, we're moving forward with next generation customer experiences. So things that haven't really been done in the region of Durham before. We recently launched a prototype of My Durham 311 for Alexa and Google smart home devices. Customers can download the My Durham 311 skills for their smart home device and use voice commands to access regional information such as their next waste pickup day. They can find out who the regional counselor is or when the next Durham Region transit bus closest to their location will arrive. We're also looking at using interactive kiosks that can guide customers through their inquiry or transaction at local facilities. When arriving at a regional location, customers might face a lineup at our front counters. An interactive kiosk that guides customers through their service requests will allow people to get access to information quickly and easily at their local facilities. We'd also like to work in partnership with the province of Ontario on digital identity so that we can have a consistent way to authenticate our customers digitally and understand that they are who they're saying they are. We also want to transition to digital payments. In late 2020, we launched our first online payment whereby customers could purchase garbage bag tags online. This was a first for the region of Durham, and we want to move towards the day where customers can pay for all services online and use that digital channel to make the experience easier for them. We want to connect citizens with data and not have technology be a barrier for those customers. Through this program, we're not switching off any channels. In fact, we're opening additional channels, providing customers with the choice of how they will interact with the region of Durham. And we also want to work as an intelligent community, addressing our collective challenges in a smart connected way. Next slide, please. So My Durham 311 is a 3-year project, and we just entered our 2nd year in August of 2021. Our project team is fully formed and we're moving forward with Region of Durham approval. To date, we've transitioned more than 30 PDF or paper forms to fully functional electronic forms. We've undertaken some public consultation to understand how our customers wish to engage with us. And as we transition to a new division, we've appointed a director for the Customer Contact Center. We've also established a municipal community of practice with our 8 local area municipalities. As the project continues, we will be transitioning to a single contact center, moving towards an omni-channel customer experience and enabling 311 dialing. Next slide, please. Currently, the region publicly advertises more than 60 telephone numbers. Customers have to look through and determine which number they need to call to have their inquiry or request dealt with. We wish to transition to one number, 311. This past August, our CAO sent a letter to all 8 of our local municipalities, as well as all municipalities that border Durham region and have a telephone exchange area that is shared with Durham region. This letter seeks a resolution that Durham region has support to transition towards a 311 phone number. To date, we've received more than 70% of the resolutions needed, and we're aiming to work within a 9 to 12 month timescale to transition to 311 dialing. Next slide, please. 311 will be an easy number for Durham region customers to remember. They don't have to worry about which department they need to contact or which 10-digit number they have to call. They'll simply have to call 311 and they'll either have their service resolved or they'll be routed seamlessly to someone that can resolve their inquiry. Next slide, please. So that covers the information that I wanted to share with Council today. Thank you again for your time. I've included on this final slide the contact information for KC, as well as for the My Durham 311 Program Manager, Gemma Sim, should you have any questions following today's meeting. KC, our CIO, is with me today, and he would be happy to answer any questions that Council has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I'm not seeing any questions at this time. We also have under correspondence, we have the same item S2, and I'm wondering if we call the vote on receiving this presentation and then moving to S2 at the same time while we have the presenter with us. What's your pleasure? I'm seeing nods. So with that, I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the presentation just received. Councillor Roy DiClemente, Councillor Crone, all those in favor, and that's carried. And we will move to S2. Did everyone have that in front of them at this point? I'll read it out. Be it resolved that the correspondence from E. Baxter-Trahair, Chief Administrative Officer for the Region of Durham, dated August 11th, 2021, entitled Request for Resolution Related to 311 Calls Using the Town of East Gwillimbury Telephone Exchange be received, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of East Gwillimbury agree that there shall be no objection to the routing of 311 dial calls originating from the overlap that exists between the Town of East Gwillimbury and the geographical area of the regional municipality of Durham, on an understanding that where callers, customers, residents, and businesses of the region of Durham dial 311 erroneously from these exchanges, they will be given an option of being transferred to the contact center of the municipality, town, or county in which they reside, or that council respectfully decline the request. Questions from council? Comments from council? I'm not seeing. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. Just looking for a little bit of clarification, and through you to our staff or to the guests that are here today. So basically what's happening is the telephone exchanges, as they are for landlines, if a resident of East Gwillimbury happens to see a Durham region, hey, if you've got a question, call 311, and they dial 311, it's determined that they are an EG resident, then the agent at 311 in Durham would simply say, hey, you need to contact the town of East Gwillimbury, and can we transfer you? And they would just do the transfer. Is that how that would work?
Yes, that's how it would work. I'm seeing the affirmative from our presenter.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Would you be moving that, Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Morton was the first one with her hand up and closest to Durham, I would say. Well, it's a toss up between the two of you, but close enough to Durham.
Madam Mayor, just before we vote, I just want to make sure that our own staff don't see any issues as well with this. Like, I see that Ms. Gandhi is on the line as well. So just before we vote, I want to make sure that staff are cool with it as well.
I was just going to go there. Thank you. Ms. Gandhi, any concerns from our staff?
Through you, no concerns. We've met with the region of Durham on a couple of occasions, and we have no issues.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. I will now go back to our H1. And we are at the adoption of our minutes from November 16th, 2021. Any questions or comments on those? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item I is statutory public meeting, development charge background study and bylaw amendment public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Today we're holding a statutory public meeting as required under the Development Charges Act, as we are proposing to amend our development charge background study and bylaw. So if we can go to the next slide. Quickly, we'll go through what development charges are and the components of the charge and how it's calculated and what's changing, and present our proposed rates and changes to the bylaw itself.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So development charges are fees that are applied to both non-residential and residential development. And those fees are used to fund infrastructure that is needed to service growth in our community. So we can only use these funds for growth-related capital works. So the DCs cannot be used to fund things such as operating costs, local services such as individual water connections, internal roads to subdivisions, and it can also not be used for the replacement or repair of our existing assets. So those type of expenses are usually funded through either tax levy or user rates. Next slide, please. So the collection of development charges has been identified in our current official plan as a strategic priority to help ensure that growth pays for growth, which means we're minimizing the impact of the cost of growth on our existing taxpayers. Next slide, please. So, why are we doing an amendment to our existing bylaw? So as a bit of a background, our current bylaw was approved in May of 2019. It has a 5-year lifespan, so it expires in May 2024. The current background study was the costs associated with the background study were based on 2018 cost estimates. So since that time, as we reported back in November, the cost of the Health and Active Living Plaza, which was included in our current background study at about $40 million, the cost estimates have increased to about $58 million. As well, the current background study had anticipated the construction of a fire station along the Green Lane corridor in the year 2028, which is outside of the 10-year planning horizon of the background study, which means that we are not currently collecting development charges to pay for that eventual construction. But with projected call volumes, particularly with the build out of the 404 employment lands, it indicates that we'll need that station sometime within the 10-year planning horizon. As well, shortly after we passed the bylaw in 2019, the province made changes to the legislation, to the Development Charges Act. Some of those changes had to be implemented immediately, but the majority of them we were given till September of 2022 to implement those changes. So that's basically the background behind why we're doing an amendment to our bylaw. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're doing an amendment to the bylaw. An amendment is different than an update, and I wanted to just make sure that we're clear on the difference between an amendment versus a bylaw update. So an update is basically starting from scratch and doing a brand new bylaw. So you're starting off with new planning projections, you're revamping your capital plans, and basically it resets the timeline for the bylaw, which means you're starting a new 5-year period. An amendment is a specific change to some targeted areas within the background study and bylaw, and everything else remains the same, usually including the timeline of the bylaw. So just to be clear, we're doing an amendment and we're targeting some specific areas of the background study and bylaw. Next slide, please. So this was the development forecast that was used in our 2019 background study, and we're proposing that it's not changing. So, for the 10-year period, we're anticipating a growth of about 18,000 people, and for the time frame to 2041, about 90,000 additional people. Next slide, please. On the non-residential side, we're anticipating an increase of about 3,200 employees in the 10-year period and almost 30,000 to the year 2041. So just to make sure that we're to realize that we're not proposing to change any of those assumptions. Next slide, please. So prior to the legislation being changed, there was a list of service categories that were not eligible to be funded through development charges. So so those included administrative facilities, hospitals, and solid waste. So if the service you wanted to provide was not on that list, you could fund it through development charges. So now the legislation has basically flipped it. And so now that there's a list of eligible service categories that you can fund development charges through. And if you're not on the list, you can't use development charges to fund those services. So for East Gwillimbury, the municipal parking is not on the list of eligible services. So we have to remove that from our bylaw. And what we're planning to do, there's about $200,000 in that we've collected to date in that reserve. So we're proposing that we would remove municipal parking from the background study and bylaw, but create a reserve for municipal parking purposes. Next slide, please. So one of the restrictions that the Development Charges Act has on collection of development charges is that you can only fund projects at the same level of service as the average of the previous 10 years. And level of service is usually measured under current cost per capita. So you have to maintain that cost per capita going forward. So since the change to the estimates for the Health and Active Living Plaza has increased the cost per square foot of buildings, we have changed the service levels for library and indoor rec. And the impact of that is it allows us to use more, to collect more in terms of development charges and apply more towards those services to fund infrastructure. The rest of the service levels we have not changed at this time. Next slide, please. The capital programs that were included in the background study were based on master plans and our capital budget. And they were, as I mentioned before, they were based on 2018 cost estimates. So we're proposing that we're only going to make 3 changes to the capital programs and keep the rest the same. The first change will be to adjust the cost associated with the Health and Active Living Plaza to reflect our current cost estimates. The second change is to move the proposed Green Lane Corridor Fire Station into the 10-year planning horizon so we can start collecting for development charges for that construction. The third change is it's based on legislation. So for most, prior to the change in the development charge legislation, for most general services, if a project was funded 100%, or if a project was considered 100% growth related, the municipality had to make a 10% contribution towards those costs, which wasn't funded from DC. So 100% growth related capital project was actually funded 90% through DCs. So the legislation changed in 2020 and has removed that mandatory 10% deduction. So now we can cover the full cost of those growth related projects through development charges. So we're proposing to make that change as well in our amendment. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the impacts of the changes that we're proposing on our capital program. So our capital costs, or total capital, is proposed to go up about $28 million, and the amount that we're eligible to collect through development charges is proposed to go up by about $44 million. Next slide, please. So this is just another version of the previous slide. It breaks it out by service category. And you can see that the majority of the impact is on our general services, and in particular, our fire, our indoor rec, and our library services, as those are the costs that have been that we're proposing to change through this process. Next slide, please. So the impact of these changes in terms of a rate impact is on the residential side, we're proposing that the rates are going to go up approximately 20%. So on a single family dwelling, the cost would increase about $7,300 per unit. Next slide, please. On the non-residential side, since the costs associated with indoor recreation and library facilities are considered 100% retail, or sorry, 100% residential, the retail and non-retail rates aren't as impacted as greatly as they are on the residential side. So based on our proposed amendments, the retail rate is proposed to go up about 6% per square foot, and on non-retail about 8% per square foot. Next slide, please. So we've done a bit of a comparison on between York Region municipalities on our rates. And you can see here that based on the proposed amendment, our rates go up to closer to the top of the scale in terms of the municipalities within the region. However, it's good to note that about half of the municipalities have not updated their bylaws yet. So you're going to see that the order will probably be shifting throughout the next year based on their updates. Next slide, please. So on the retail side of things, you can see that we're still on the bottom quadrant of rates in terms of cost per square foot, and our order probably won't change based on this amendment. Next slide, please. And similarly on the non-retail side, we're still near the bottom in terms of cost per square foot on the non-retail component of our charge based on our amendment. Next slide, please. So there are some changes that we have to do to our actual bylaw to be in compliance with the legislation. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll be removing the municipal parking charge from our development charge. So that has to be removed from the bylaw. There were some changes in timing of payments for rental housing, institutional and nonprofit housing. So they're now allowed to pay in installments over 6 to 20 years, depending on the type of development. So that has to be incorporated into our bylaw. And of course, we have to put definitions in on what is nonprofit and rental housing. And in terms of timing of payment, if developments that are going through a site plan approval process or a zoning bylaw amendment process, once they have submitted their application, the rates that they're charged are frozen for 2 years. So in the past, they would pay the rate that was in effect when they received their building permit. But if they received their permit now before the 2-year period, they would pay the rates in effect at the time that they submitted their application. So we're going to be making that change to our bylaw as well. Next slide, please. So when we do our bylaw updates, we always make sure that we involve our stakeholders and make sure that we receive input and conduct a collaborative process. And although this is a kind of a scoped amendment, we're still doing the same thing in terms of our consultation process. So we reported to council on November 2nd, and we got approval to hold this public meeting today. On the 5th of November, we held a meeting with development stakeholders, and we notified the group of our intention to go through with an amendment and gave them some initial findings of our background study and bylaw. We formed a working group with some key members of the development stakeholder group, and we've had our first working group meeting on December 1st, and they are in the process of providing us with some input regarding our background study, and discussions will be ongoing as well. Next slide, please. So right now we're at the public meeting date. We've, as I mentioned before, we've had some meetings to go through what we're proposing. we're waiting for input, and we'll be having ongoing meetings with our stakeholders, and hopefully we'll be in a position to bring forward a proposal for approval of an amendment to our bylaw, hopefully January to February of next year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall. The removal of the 10% deduction is, I guess, welcome news for us. What ramifications does it have for the accord that we have with the development community for the community capital contributions with the CCCs?
Sure. So through you, Madam Mayor, we have not. We propose not to touch that accord right now. So when we go and do our update to our full update in probably Q1 2023, we'll discuss that at that time. But right now, everything is still staying the same.
Okay, thank you. And since this is a public meeting, do we have any people who would like to participate and provide a deputation or give us comments on this? Has anyone come forward for this?
So through you, Madam Mayor, we have not received anything. I don't know if the clerks has received anything.
My intent was to ask when we finish this portion to ask if there were anybody on that wanted to make comments. Yep. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. So I will ask, based on the protocol, that it is a statutory public meeting. Are there comments from the public regarding the development charge background study and bylaw amendment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can advise that the clerk's office has not received any submissions or any request for any individual to speak at today's meeting. I believe finance staff can also confirm that we have not received any submissions, whether it was written or for a request of a verbal.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. With that, then we will. I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Be it resolved that finance presentation dated December 7th, 2021, entitled "Statutory Public Meeting for Development Charge Bylaw Amendment Background Study" be received, and that the comments, in this case, no comments during the public meeting regarding the development charge background study and bylaw amendment be received, and there have not been any. Any questions on that? Have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, if we didn't have any comments or deputations received, should we have struck that from our resolution?
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say that it's advisable to either strike it out or just acknowledge that there were no comments received. Perhaps that would be more clear and for the sake of the public meeting session.
I did make a note that there were not any with us at this point, so perhaps that could be included in our minutes to state that right within that policy or within that. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Morton, did you have a question?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We've completed that. I'm just looking at the clock. It is 25, almost 25 after 12. I'm wondering if we will, we have one more item under finance and then perhaps take a break before we start into community parks, recreation, culture. Does that fit with members of council's agenda? Okay, so we'll have a look at the finance report, the adjustment of certain property taxes for 2021 and prior years. Okay. Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an annual report we do that it provides a summary of adjustments that are made throughout the year to taxes payable on properties that are due to assessment changes through Section 357 of the Municipal Act. And basically, that 357 of the Municipal Act allows you to make a change to the assessment if based on a change of use, change of tax class, or the demolition or destruction of a building. So we received 4 of those applications this year, and the adjustment in total, the impact for East Gwillimbury is about $456. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Marshall? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster? Councillor Morton? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. At this point, we will take a break, and I'm wondering if we can be back at 1 o'clock. It's about 35 minutes. And so we will break at this point. Thank you very much. Very good.
And we're live.
Thank you very much. We're back again to our council meeting today, and we're at item K, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. And Mr. Karmazyn, are you going to lead this off for us?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. On November 19th, the town of Orillia, Mayor Steve Clark, CAO Gail Jackson, and staff hosted the town of EG with a tour of the new Orillia Recreation Center. Attending from the town was CAO Webster, Deputy CAO Valchuk, myself, and due to a prior schedule conflict with Mayor Haxon, CPRC Council Chair Joe Persicini had represented Mayor and Council. The tour was a great opportunity to see firsthand a spectacular facility that our very own Health and Active Living Plaza architects had designed. And it was also an opportunity to learn firsthand from Mayor Clark and municipal staff about some challenges with the project, but also some successes as a whole with the project. Prior to providing a brief presentation to Council of the tour, Councillor Persicini, Council Chair for CPRC, would like to add some introductory comments.
First of all, I just want to say that it was an honor to go up there, and it was a real eye-opener how beautiful the complex is, and the mayor and the rest of the team were graciously enough to share information which will help us down the road. And they were so good that I felt like I really knew them for a long time. They were so gracious. They had a little coffee area for us and sit down. We kind of went over an overview of what we're going to be looking for it, and and we really enjoyed it. And I just want to say that thank you again for allowing me to represent the team, and I'm sure that I'm looking forward to ours. I'm sure that it's going to be just as good or even better. And again, what a great eye opener it was. So I'm sure Aaron Renal, I'll pass it back to you, and you can go over and more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Persicini. Through you, Madam Mayor, we provided a brief presentation today. As you can see, this is the outside of the facility. Next slide, please. So the exterior of the facility features the red brick, which is very much indicative of the historical buildings in Orillia, in the village core of Orillia. And as you can see, our hosts from the the town of Orillia. This center was built on a brownfield site. It was a contaminated site that was vacant for decades. And it was actually quite an eyesore in downtown Orillia, and the town took the leadership role of actually remediating the site and cleaning up the site. It was a former foundry site that actually created bricks, and then as well in the past was also armament site. So there was quite a bit of contaminants on the site. It's a large facility, just under 140,000 square feet. And the cost of the facility was just over 55 million. I will highlight that this project was tendered well in advance to COVID, and those are 2018 tender prices. The architects are MJMA, which are the same architects for the Health and Active Living Plaza project. Next slide, please. Town of EG team that represented the town and did a great job of representing the town, I must say. That's another view of the exterior of the facility. Next slide, please. The interior of the facilities with lots of natural light, openings into the pool space, the aquatic center, very warm, welcoming, inviting, with glass curtain wall. Next slide, please. Another view into the aquatic center with natural materials, again, warming up the space and lots of natural light. Next slide, please. Display cases all throughout the lobby showing public art and as well as historical artifacts from the town of Orillia. Next slide, please. A large-scale field house and gymnasium, again with spectator seating and natural lighting. Next slide, please. Designated spaces in the common areas in the lobby spaces that bring vibrancy and bring the spaces to life. This is designated public art space in the lobby space. Next slide, please. Very central and functional customer services area, very visible and accessible, and available for residents to register for programs, permits, and attend any of the amenities at the facility. Next slide, please. Very flexible program rooms with adjacency to outdoor space. This was set up for our meeting that we conducted on that day. And as you can see, there's sight lines out into a 20-acre park development adjacent to the facility. Next slide, please. Just another view of the adjacency to the outdoor space, which also doubles as program and permit space as well as event space. Next slide, please. A children's area that again has a good adjacency to outdoor space for programming. Next slide, please. A lot of use of natural materials and materials that are found in the area. There's a quartz and steel staircase as well as natural wood cladding all throughout the facility. Next slide, please. Again, just some more views of some of the natural materials as well as some windows out into the adjacent park and event space. Next slide, please. Very innovative virtual sports hall of fame, which was just getting set up at the time, and it's adjacent to a lounge to host functions. And the screen you see before you that's built into that display will have a rolling loop of all of the previous athletes and people that are acknowledged with the Sports Hall of Fame. Next slide, please. Indoor track with lane markers, views to the exterior, and just a bright open space for running with views out to provide visual interest to people who are running and walking. Next slide, please. Very innovative and a new emerging trend is elevation changes or actually hills on a running track to provide some challenge to people running and walking and using the run-walk track. Next slide, please. A nice open spin lab with views to the outdoors and adjacent to the track space. Next slide, please. A stretch as well as cardio area that is as well off the track space. Next slide, please. View into the pool space. This is the learning and leisure pool. So as you can see, parents can and guardians can watch over their children while they're learning to swim with Learn to Swim programs from an elevated viewing gallery. Next slide, please. Another view into the gym and field house with spectator seating, as well as, from what I'm told, one of the largest divider walls in Ontario for the gym space to divide out the field house into separate gym bays. Next slide, please. View into the designated fitness area with strength and conditioning equipment, cardio equipment. Next slide, please. In addition to the fitness area, there's a fitness room for fitness programming and instruction. Next slide, please. Emerging technology is fully accessible fitness equipment. So this is a new trend in fitness equipment, providing accessibility for use with the fitness center. Next slide, please. that concludes the presentation. Just a final view into the Aquatic Center, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to the tour we had.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Persicini, for going on my behalf. I really appreciated that. Wow, quite a facility, very warm. Although there's lots of lights but the wood, I think in particular, really is appealing. I'll save the rest of my comments until we finish. Questions, comments? Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering, I mean, it's quite obvious, or at least obvious to me, I think, there's no library in that facility, so that certainly makes ours a little bit different. But I wonder if there are any other things that this facility had that we have not built into ours, or if there are things in our facility that are not in this one that would kind of jump out that we would like to know about. Just wondering if that, without getting into the weeds, Mr. Karmazyn, just is there a couple of things that you know stood out to you?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think this was a little bit of a different facility fit. It didn't have a library. I think what this tour definitely did was it confirmed a number of things. I'll give you an example. Having public art and areas to display some artifacts or historical or the history of the town, I think has confirmed for us a direction that we're heading. In addition, just the adjacencies to the outdoor park space is valuable. It's even more valuable now, you know, with COVID and having that adjacency and that window out, as well as that access out into a very large park space, are very similar things that we're incorporating into our project. I think it certainly confirmed a number of the items that we're designing, and it was I think an excellent tour, and it was very yeah, it was a benefit to staff.
Madam Mayor.
One more thing, I might, Madam Mayor.
After Councillor Foster's finished as well.
Thank you.
Just one more thing, Madam Mayor, and again, I'm not trying to put anybody in a bad position here, but I know a number of years ago, I'm going back a long time, our original arena was built and basically twinned to the arena in King City at the time. And I'm wondering, is there savings to be had by twinning a facility? And again, I'm not saying we should build something exactly the same as what's in Orillia, but going forward, are there much savings to a situation where you see something that's already built and say, yeah, we'd like it, you know, pretty much exactly what that is?
Mr. Karmazyn?
Through you, Madam Mayor, most facilities are custom built because they do have very specific facility fits, and they also have different sites. So in most instances, it is difficult to transfer a set of drawings and a design to any one specific site. It has been done before, but it normally is a custom build and a custom design to suit the town's requirements, and in addition, certain site-specific requirements. I will say that we did, when we built the Mount Albert Fire Station, we did use the drawings from King City, but what we did was we changed the external elevations to provide, you know, a different character and different elevation for East Gwillimbury. So it certainly has been done before on other projects, but most rec centers are very specific to the type of requirements with the facility fit, and then as well as the site.
Mr. Webster, you had a comment?
actually had a couple now with Councillor Foster's good questions there. So the biggest difference with the fire hall one was we had the planned build in Queensville, and we had a good architect there. Then we had the unplanned fire hall build due to the burn down in Mount Albert. And what we did is we chose the architect first, and the architect had designed the King Station. And we just basically brought their plans over. And to be honest with you, it was very cost effective and timely. This particular one thing I learned there is some of the custom designs, and I think council made a very good decision. When you first saw the roof designs that were planned with the first prototype for this, I think would have been problematic. One of our lessons learned from the trip there was some of those custom design things are the ones that A, are expensive to build, and B, expensive to maintain and repair. And that's one of the things Aaron's team's really going to be on, is not just building effective, good-looking buildings, but also ones that are maintainable. And so that was a big lesson learned. The other thing, the differentiator for us was they have a phase 2 planned, and it does include an arena. And I know Terry's a hockey guy, and but there are other elements that go on, figure skating and all kinds of venues inside of an arena. They have that planned for a phase 2. And one of the bigger differentiations was, and I think Aaron covered it off, their site is more than double our site. So our site's 16 acres in total. So our site it's about 8 acres is going to be the community center and parking. And 8 acres will be the outdoor amenity area. Their site being double, they have a terrific trail system they've put through there. And we are having a trail system through our 8 acres, but it'll be to a smaller scale. And the other one that they noted was by the municipality investing in that location, the spin-offs they've seen adjacent to it, because it becomes a real community hub. And I think what you'll see is once the town starts putting a shovel in the ground and investing, I think you'll see the adjacent private town center start gaining a lot of momentum and becoming a real attraction for our residents and public to attend. So some really valuable lessons learned. And the final thing I got out of it was you get the land cost effectively, you get a good design, and you have to have excellent project managers. And we're fortunate with our builds up to date. This build, though, is by far the largest one. So we're going to have to really be on our A game moving forward when we get into the project management of this to stay on top of it. And in addition, you need to have a great contractor. And frankly, at this point in time, it's no secret they're having some issues with their contractor and follow up. And so we've got to carefully pre-screen, which is our next step, get a terrific design and get a great contractor in there. And hopefully in a few years, we'll be dipping toes in a pool. Okay, so that's the plan.
Was there any one of you three asked if they had to do over again, what would they do differently? That's always the question. I mean, it's obvious that the public are using it now, and the longer you use it, then you have more insight into perhaps what could have been a little better or different. So I just wonder.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can add that one of the lessons they did learn was to perhaps do a little bit more work with their own building officials, as they had some of the items that were changed throughout the project were brought to their attention after the contract was awarded to the general contractor, and the building department had certain requirements for the building code, and they had changes that were later on in the project. So that's typically vetted out earlier in the project with the plans examination phase, but it was certainly something that was highlighted and something that we certainly noted and we certainly implement with all of our projects.
Thank you. Was there any dedicated space for older adult programming?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there wasn't any dedicated space for older adults or a senior center within the facility. I will say that all of the spaces were designed with flexibility that could apply to all of the different age segments that would need to use the facility.
And was there enough storage space within the dedicated rooms that could easily change it from one age group to another?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. There was typically you often know if there's enough storage space if you don't see stuff out in the rooms or in the common areas. Excuse me. We did see a number of the spaces, and I know that it is flexible space, whether it be the program rooms or the gymnasium. We did see the gymnasium being used for a number of different activities at the time, from youth basketball through to older adults. So it is very much flexible space that you could introduce different uses and equipment into.
And the flexibility, did that provide for perhaps that one facility to have 2 or 3 different programs going on at the same time? Or were the rooms large that if it was a basketball court, then that's what it was used for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was, as you saw from some of the photos in the presentation, there was a number of divider walls within the gymnasium space as well as the program room spaces. So those rooms could double with different activities in those spaces. Absolutely.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Karmazyn. I was just curious, the Orillia folks used the same architect as us, and I was just wondering how close they came to being on time and on budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do know that there was some cause for delay and an additional an amount added to the budget. I believe it was for the site remediation works, and that was very earlier on in the process, and I think they lost a considerable amount of time. I don't know the exact quantum of the time and the amount for that part of the project, but that was problematic for them. They knew to a certain extent that they had to remediate the site, but they didn't know to what extent. And I think that was something, another takeaway for them, that with site remediation, perhaps more due diligence on the land may have been required, and that was certainly a lesson learned. We're in a beneficial position that we have a flat, pre-graded, clean site that's been conveyed to us. And in addition, we have done a ton of due diligence as far as the soils, well in advance of even the design. So that's that was certainly something that caused an addition of time and budget. Unfortunately, I don't have the specifics for you, Councillor, but I can certainly find that out.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Persicini, you maybe noticed that.
Yes, what I noticed that they were so graciously that we could call anytime, ask any questions, so we don't run into any problems, and they were willing to share. That's what I was really surprised. They're an open book, and they were so nice, and we could call them for any questions we may, if we have any problems where it may arise, because they were very, very well, and we can always make a phone call. So if there's anything that we don't have the answer for, I'm sure we could call them and get you guys the answer. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. I know as soon as we finish this this section of our meeting. We'll all have other questions that we're jotting down as we move along in our agenda. This is just the beginning of some very exciting discussions, pictures, comments, vision that we all have that we're going to be very busy in the next, I would say, year and a half at least, to really land on what we want and what we need and what we can afford. And pulling those three pieces together will be our greatest challenge, but ultimately we'll have the best building for our community moving forward. So I'm really excited about it. It's just the beginning of something very special for East Gwillimbury. Not seeing any other questions at this time. I wonder, perhaps, Mr. Webster, we should be putting a placeholder on our agendas, maybe not every agenda, but once a month or once every second month, just to update if there's any information. If there isn't any questions or comments, then we can move along, but at least we have a placeholder where we can start to talk about the important decisions that we need to make.
Madam Mayor, we certainly can. With Council's direction, recent direction on the final design elements, I can assure you we're moving into full-scale final detailed design. And the next big step is a very important one. It's pre-qualification of contractors. And that's where we really have to do our due diligence, do the background checks, and find a very short list of qualified contractors. And we ask them to submit detailed bids. And concurrently with the design, Mr. Karmazyn has already outlined having our staff and our building officials scrutinize the drawings so that we don't get to site and have things being built that aren't to code. And it's from both a fire and from a building code perspective. And that's some of the issues that they ran on, where design trumped code. And there was some remedies that got some fingers pointing in several directions. So big project, lots of effort, and hopefully, as I said, the plan is to get a shovel into the ground in the 2022 calendar year and to have this facility open, hopefully about midterm of the next council term, 24-25 timeframe.
Thank you. Seeing no, Councillor Persicini, go ahead.
I'll move this to receive if you like.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Are there any other items for Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Karmazyn? Seeing none, we'll move along to Corporate Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a brief broadband update presentation for you today. I'm advised that Mr. Russell, the chair of our broadband working group, has advised us in advance that he had a conflict, so wasn't able to join us today for the presentation, but we will proceed with Margot Bégin, our Economic Development Director, taking the lead. So at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Bégin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, unfortunately, Terry Russell had an urgent matter arise just this morning that he had to attend to. So although he was definitely part of the preparation for this presentation, I will have to do my best to sort of cover off the areas that he had intended to address. So if we could move to our next slide, please. So we won't have Terry Russell with us, but we will have Amadeo Bernardi, who has been the consultant that has been working with us. You know, as part of the Shamrock model that we use, it's important that we be able to reach out from time to time for technical expertise and certainly Mr. Bernardi has been invaluable in not only conducting some of the analyses that he's going to report on today, but also guiding our conversations and helping when we work with internet service providers and other key stakeholders so that we know the right questions to ask and can be as efficient and effective as possible going forward. So I just wanted to note that we're going to talk a little bit about the assessment project that he's been working on, some of the findings that have emerged from his work. And then, as I said, I'll try to do an update on the broadband working group activities and talk about some of the opportunities that have been identified in next steps. So next slide, please. So just to refresh the whole rationale or the raison d'etre for the broadband working group is to try to ensure that our residents and businesses have a affordable and reliable broadband connectivity that allows them to both participate actively in the economy, but also in all aspects of community participation. And that's what drives our the efforts of the group and the work of staff in trying to expand broadband connectivity. Next slide, please. So the assessment project involved sort of getting sort of an understanding of what we have, which was surprisingly it's a complex process. There are a lot of individual internet service providers. There's a lot of confidentiality around where and when they build infrastructure, and so it's not as easy as just sort of putting a map together as you might hope. So there's been some digging that we've had to do and have conversations in order to understand where we have connectivity and where the service gaps are and what work is being planned so that we know what else is sort of be out there that we need to address. So the phase 2 report is what Mr. Bernardi is going to speak about today in terms of some of his findings. And then concurrently, he's also been working on helping us to update our related policies and protocols, such as the telecommunications tower protocol, and ensure that our broadband related policies and procedures are all in alignment with industry standard. And this is especially important in light of some of the efforts that the provincial government has recently announced around their legislation that requires municipalities to be able to, when they prioritize a project, to be able to work with them and provide expedited service for those builds that are being sponsored by the province. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to Amadeo now to talk through some of the findings. And then I'm going to circle back at the end and talk about some of the next steps. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Amadeo.
Thank you.
Thanks, Margot. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councillors, staff. Thanks for the invitation to present to you today along with Margot. I really appreciate it. So while we were working on the study, as Margot mentioned, we came across 5 key themes. As she touched on, determining gaps in physical broadband coverage is extremely complicated and challenging. And, the reasons being that the companies hold this information near and dear and confidential. Public data can be somewhat unreliable and inaccurate, depending how it was reported or how it was maintained. But also on the consumer side, sometimes end users such as ourselves don't realize that there are competitors out there. So you're reliant on what you think your service is, but there could be a competitor there. And lastly, telephone companies find that the end users sometimes have their equipment in the wrong place in the house. There's concrete walls, the modem might be in the garage. So all this kind of contributes to the difficulty in analyzing the gaps. The other key themes are, though, that if we await market forces and public funding, you can be waiting a very long time. Technology and demand will quickly render the current broadband target of 50/10 as set by government obsolete. Solutions will require a mix of options and multiple technologies. And we must continue to collaborate actively with service providers, your neighboring communities, and the region. Next slide, please. So the phase 2 of the report was put together, as Margot mentioned, by taking the publicly available information that I researched and overlaying it with a ground truthing exercise, which basically I drove up and down all the roads in East Gwillimbury to see if I could visually identify fiber optic networking or markers that hinted to the existence of that, and then put it all together basically in a map. I researched various community models and looked at the different regulatory parameters in play. We had a lot of interviews that were confidential with the service providers, and they were really, really good and incredibly informative. Then I prepared a high-level project budget based on fiber. This was not based on fixed wireless or satellite. It was based on fiber, and it really involved a strong collaboration with the broadband working group and staff. Next slide, please. So to give you sort of a snapshot of what you have in the community in terms of the main providers and the technologies they use, this chart shows, on the left you see Bell, Rogers, Vianet, Starlink, FiberSpeed, ExploreNet. There are others. The key here is these are facilities based, meaning that these companies are using predominantly their own network to provide the services. You'll also see other companies advertising in town that will make use of these providers' networks. And then we didn't capture all of the ISPs on this list. But you have everything from fiber to the premises, which is FTTP, which is fiber to the home, fiber to the node, which is fiber comes into a neighborhood and then it gets spread out over copper. The old DSL, HFC is hybrid fiber coax. That's typically what the cable companies use. They have fiber throughout and then a cable coax to your house, which is the next one. Fixed wireless is that, from a tower. And then you have satellite, low Earth orbit right now through Starlink in testing mode. And ExploreNet has had their traditional satellite services available for rural customers. Next slide, please. So through all this, when we tried to figure out what the gap was, we came up with a number of approximately 400 premises in the community that are either unserved or underserved relative to what the federal government deems as coverage of that 50/10. So that's roughly 5% of your dwellings. Now, this does not mean that the other 7,600 or 7,800 dwellings in East Gwillimbury all have great connectivity. They don't necessarily, but the government is using the data that they've received. Unfortunately, sometimes that data is overstated. A fixed wireless provider may have a map that says, yeah, out here you could get that, but in practice you realize that if you're one of these people that no, your coverage isn't really what's advertised. Often the equipment is old and outdated, so it could theoretically get that coverage out to the premises, but it doesn't. And just due to the inaccuracies in mapping. So those are, why, take this with a pinch of salt, but nonetheless, 400 based on models across Ontario that I've been involved with and my colleagues to cover a rural setting where these premises normally are. You're talking about 6,000 to 11,000 to even more than that per house connected, per premises connected house or business. That's very expensive. And while we don't really know what the return of investment metrics are for these service providers, typically when you get into these ranges, this is where an ISP needs outside funding. So funding from government or private funding. Next slide, please. So on government funding in Ontario, we have 3 main programs going on right now. So ICON is the internet connectivity program that the Minister of Infrastructure has rolled out. That funding represents approximately up to 25% of any eligible project fund. The next one that got rolled out last is the one in gold or yellow, which is Ontario Connects. It has a variety of names. But this is where the province announced that it would contribute or provide up to $4 billion to have everyone connected in the province by the end of 2025. And then there's the Universal Broadband Fund, which has been rolled out by the federal government. And the Universal Broadband Fund typically targets 75% of eligible funding, up to 90% if you're an Indigenous community. Now, what's important here is that all these projects, all these funding projects are behind schedule. And then layered into that, we have the global supply chain crisis. I'm on some projects already that are being impacted by this, whether it's a box or you can't get a spool of fiber. Projects are going to start suffering. So speaking to the industry, we feel that perhaps some of these funding dates may have to slide just because through all best efforts, it's very, very difficult to get the products and the resources needed to implement these projects. And again, layered on top of that is that the various government programs are behind in getting the agreements out to the service providers. Next slide, please. So the good news is East Gwillimbury has a lot of options, which is fantastic. So as we broke down in this chart, you have the unserved and underserved, and then the deemed served. So those are the ones that I had mentioned already that, according to government, have sufficient connectivity. However, we need to stay focused on that because, again, technology changes rapidly, changes every day, and the reporting may not be incredibly accurate. So there has to be a focus there on what else can we do, especially to promote competition. So, as the broadband working group has been phenomenal in doing is focus number one is get connected. Focus number two is introduce more and more competition. But on the underserved and unserved side, you have the option of, as we talked about, the government funded projects. So YorkNet right now is conditionally funded to build out all the rural or most of the rural routes. However, they can't officially move forward yet until that funding, the agreements are all signed and all the other funding items are in place. Then you have ISPs that are self-funded. So Bell, for instance, is self-funding projects throughout your community. Rogers is doing the same. There's also the ability, like some communities have done, where the residents and the ISP do a cost-sharing model. We'll talk more about that later. And then there's always investment by the municipality itself in infrastructure in one way or the other. Next slide, please. So what are the external initiatives ongoing right now? So as mentioned, YorkNet has an approved 10-year capital plan for expanding its dark fiber network throughout York Region. I should say this is not contingent on Universal Broadband Fund funding or ICON funding. This is the region's approved capital plan. So this is fantastic. YorkNet continues to plug away at expanding the network throughout the territory. But as mentioned, YorkNet does have their conditionally approved project. Then again, we're just waiting to see how and when that gets to kick off. Bell Canada is improving its network in East Gwillimbury and a lot of the community centers. And it's also adding in its fixed wireless access sites throughout wherever it has, or in general, where its mobility towers are. Next slide, please. We also see Rogers actively working in the community. It just acquired Rural Wave, which is a long-time small ISP that's operated locally. And so it gives a little more focus to the rural communities. We also have been working with FiberSpeed, who is a privately owned ISP, trying to set up their wireless sites throughout East Gwillimbury. And through the interviews, we're aware of other private operators that are early stages of potential investments in the area. Next slide, please. Internally, as Margot mentioned, we've also focused on just improving the processes that are there. So there's been great work done with the municipal consent process. It's fantastic to see how staff is working so closely together to align their efforts and sharing information because, things like smart city initiatives can impact one side, and it's nice to see the departments are sharing that information. East Gwillimbury, you're also the founding member of the Regional Rural Telecom Coordination Group. So that includes YorkNet, it includes the town of Georgina, the York Region's Planning and Economic Development branch and their Property Services branch. It's a fantastic group. It will look to start expanding to the other rural communities of York Region, but this is a place where the team gets to share ideas, talk about what's on the horizon. Are there any commonalities? And it's proven very fruitful so far. There's the memorandum of understanding with Bell, which is very exciting, the $17 million investment in their infrastructure expansion, which is currently underway. And of course, you have the great broadband working group, which continues to advocate and provide their guidance. I will say it's very, very unique in the communities I work with to see a broadband working group like this. So kudos to you for having put that in place. Next slide, please. So my observations: if you hope to connect 100% of your premises by 2025, you can't rely solely on external funding programs, as we noted. The programs are highly likely to be delayed or extended. Technology and consumer needs just continue to evolve rapidly. The 50-10 objective will become quickly inadequate, and the current gap will just increase swiftly if you resort to a passive strategy. And next slide, please. And Margo, I'm going to hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amadeo. And happy to consider any questions now or just at the end of the presentation. Madam Mayor, if there are any questions or.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So the broadband working group has identified a few opportunities to be able to advance connectivity, and with obviously working with staff to do this. And one is still very in the early stages of discussion, but as Amadeo mentioned, YRCECC has received sort of notification that the funds that they've applied for to expand the dark fiber infrastructure has been approved, but it's unclear as to when those funds will actually arrive. So one option is that to basically provide them with some working capital to be able to prioritize specific builds that would be a benefit to East Gwillimbury. One of the ones that we're looking at in particular is connection to the Mount Albert Community Center and the fire station. And in doing that, as they bring fiber along and up to that facility, they would be leaving drops along the way that could then be used by an internet service provider to connect the residents along that way. So we're still in the early stages of the discussions right now, so I don't really have an order of magnitude for you in terms of whether or not it's, we're looking at tens of thousands or, $100,000 or what dollar value would make the difference. But that advance investment would really just be sort of advance payment of the connection fees that we would normally pay over a number of years. So it's not new dollars per se that we would be looking at, but would be advancing it. Payment of our annual fees to be able to facilitate this build by providing YRCECC with some working capital now so that they can move forward. So that's one of the options that we're considering, and there will be more details forthcoming as we sort of work with YRCECC to refine what that could look like. The next opportunity on the next slide, please. This one is something where, speaking to what Amadeo has said about rather than having a passive strategy, it's really being a little bit more proactive. We've identified with one of the service providers pockets of the community that are underserved, and they've quantified, how much it would take to be able to connect these residences. Basically, the ISPs have a business model that says, with it, up to a certain expense level, it makes sense for us to to make this investment, we'll recoup our costs, et cetera. These underserved pockets were deemed to be out of plan in that they were a little further out, a little more expensive to be able to get to. So this is where there's an opportunity to have a cost sharing between the residents and the internet service provider. So what we'd like to do is to be able to, the broadband working group would like to be able to do is to go out and canvass these neighborhoods and speak to them directly about their options. Option one might be to make an investment to be able to advance high-speed internet fiber connection and ensure that they have that by the end of 2022. Another option may be to wait until the full build out of the YRCnet infrastructure, at which case they would have connectivity, but they wouldn't be making that additional investment. You know, you know, there may be other options and other ISPs or other service providers available to them. So wanting to get out in front and be able to, if possible, if there is interest in advancing the investment, that would ensure that these pockets would be able to be connected to high-speed internet or have fiber to the home by the end of 2022, which with all the uncertainty around the supply chain and the timelines for these funding programs, it may appeal to those residents who are currently struggling without good internet connection. So it's a little bit outside of the box thinking. It's certainly very proactive, and they want to ensure that they're presenting the full picture so that, you know, maintains neutrality in terms of not advocating for one service provider or another. But again, when we look at the primary objective of this working group, it's to get people connected. So this is something that they're considering. And then the next slide, please. This just relates to ongoing opportunities, which, you know, we continue to seek innovative solutions to address these remaining gaps. We're going to circulate the final report that Amadeo is preparing, and Amadeo has mentioned a couple of times that we need to be thinking about the role and the mandate of the broadband working group to keep pace with. You know, I think the work that we're doing, or the group is doing today, has changed significantly from what they were doing when that committee or that working group was initially struck. So ensuring that whether it's training and capacity building or, you know, other supports that are needed, that we continue to allow and support the evolution of this working group to be able to oversee and contribute to this process. I think that's our final slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so certainly happy to entertain any questions or comments or suggestions that members of council may have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Yes, I am now. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll start by asking if we have a sense, the residents who are underserved, do we have a sense of what they're paying now for, I guess maybe it's the 50/10, or what are they paying monthly? Because I know in prior circumstances, residents have been quoting basically a mortgage payment to us for certain levels of service. And so to me, if it's a $1,500 investment, and that's the equivalent of 1 month of their annual bill, then that makes a lot of sense. But if they're only paying $90 or $100 a month, then this is a little bit more of a challenge. Do we have a sense of what they're paying for it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, anecdotally, we have the same information that we know that some of these more rural or more remote pockets are, you know, that are paying, you know, that they're paying significant costs. We don't have an accurate sort of counting of what everybody is paying, but that would be part of the conversation. The idea would really be to put some, you know, feet on the ground and go knock on doors and just have those conversations and make sure people are aware of their options, because that was the feeling of the group as well, is that, you know, for a $1,500 investment, a one-time investment that ensures you're going to have high speed, you know, fiber to the home by the end of next year, that may be very attractive to folks that have, you know, are paying significant costs and don't have reliable connectivity now. But certainly, you know, we want to make sure that they know that there is an option to wait, that YorkNet will infill over time, but just knowing that, what we've seen through COVID and the demands of, for accessing education from home and all that kind of stuff, it's our assumption that people are probably going to want an option that gets them that connection sooner.
Thank you. I certainly would support endorsing that kind of work to take place. And I took Mr. Bernardi's point quite strongly when he pointed out that while the ISPs may be quoting a certain level of service, that once it actually gets used, my household is in one of those, oh, you've got great internet pockets, and yet my colleagues here on council will know that I've really struggled with connectivity during our meetings because of upload speeds. It had nothing to do with download and everything to do with upload. And so, I certainly would be supportive of anything that would allow for some of our more rural residents to reduce their bill. We don't have a sense of YorkNet's timeline, and that's a bit of a challenge. I feel that I don't want us to be waiting, hoping that YorkNet's going to deliver the cure when we have some tools at our disposal now that we can employ. A question for you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Margot. You mentioned that you'd like to sort of expand the mandate of the working group in order to be able to let them do some of that work. What sorts of things need to change in their mandate in order to allow that to happen?
Well, and through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you. I think it's really just, and it may not require any sort of formal change, but just an understanding that they would like to contract someone to perform this work, to assist with this work. So that's a little bit different than what they've been doing as a working group. They obviously. Anything they do will be supported and overseen by staff. And the same, they're part of the conversation in the negotiations with YorkNet, but, as they've sort of built technical expertise, we've started to rely on their input more and more. So they're taking, I guess, more of an active role and ultimately expect that they will be involved when Amadeo brings forward the draft policy. Obviously it will be circulated to staff, but they'll have some input there as well. So.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Not seeing any at this time. I certainly want to thank the committee. The amount of work that's been done is a yeoman's job, and I think you've been really successful. What I'm seeing has been very successful. I know it didn't happen overnight by any means, and lots of frustrations, I'm sure, along the way. But congratulations on where you are now, and I expect where you're going in a very short period of time. It's very exciting for us, and we all as elected officials know that our residents, while you think everybody's happy with everything, this is probably one of the largest issues that people have, and it affects every member of their household. And to get to this level, I'm going to say as quickly as you have, because some days it just felt like there was no way of moving forward at all. I thank you and congratulate you on the work that's been done so far. And I know working with YorkNet, there will be some contributions from them as well. I keep my eye open at our board meetings, and hopefully sooner than later they're able to work along with you in the areas that need the most help. So we go from there. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just wondering if there's any further direction needed from council to Ms. Bégin or the working group at this point. Right now, we're just receiving this presentation. I'm just wondering if there's any further direction required at this point.
Thank you. Might there be, Ms. Bégin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it's pleases council, we do have, there was a capital project established for the broadband strategy, and I believe that we have funds, sufficient funds remaining in that project to be able to execute a contract to have someone assist with that information sharing, information gathering to those 5 pockets that were identified. So if it's council's wish, we can certainly devote some of those resources and move ahead with that first thing in the new year, if not sooner.
Thank you. Could you put some wording to that resolution for us? I know it's on the fly, but I'm just wondering if we could. We can certainly receive it. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
If it's part of an existing capital project, does it need any further direction? It's still part of the same umbrella, the same work that's being done. At this point, I'm happy to just give direction at this juncture. We received the presentation, and maybe we endorse the opportunities that Ms. Bégin has brought to us, and that and request that she continue to report further.
Thank you. Does that satisfy our needs at this point, Ms. Bégin?
I believe so. Yes, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and I'm happy to report back. And I should note that there are 2 additional pockets that have been identified where there's a significantly larger cost to bringing fiber to the home, and we're still sort of working on a strategy for how we might address that. So that will be the topic of a future report back to council.
Thank you. And so we have in front of us now that council endorsed the opportunities presented and requests that staff continue to report back with a status update. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
I think it might be prudent for us to make a reference to the existing open capital project. Request that staff continue to report back on the status of the open capital project, and then I think that would give it the weight that's needed. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Crone, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Questions? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to moving forward.
It's exciting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very exciting. Mr. Velchik, do you have any other comments before we move along?
Madam Mayor, just one verbal update if I can. I just wanted to pass along some really nice recognition that was recently provided to the Corporate Services Chair, Councillor Morton. Councillor Morton, as you know, has been connected and worked with as in her capacity as Chair, the Finance Department at the town for many years. And I was delighted to find out that she was recently recognized by the Ontario Horticultural Association, and she received the Society President's Award in recognition of her outstanding contribution in 2021 for her years of service as financial advisor, and it's signed by the President of the Ontario Horticultural Association. So I just thought it was really nice recognition, and I wanted to share that and congratulate Councillor Morton.
Congratulations, Councillor Morton. Well done.
Thank you.
A lot of work took place before this award, I'm quite sure. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Velchik. I'm seeing nothing else. Yes, could I have a motion to receive that recognition? Councillor Persicini and Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. With that, we will move along to administration. I have no reports at this time. Mr. Webster, are there other things that we should be dealing with today?
Madam Mayor, the only updates I have today is this is our second last planned meeting of the 2021 calendar year. just remind folks that next Tuesday, our evening session, we will have our 2022 budget coming forward for council adoption and approval. So that's exciting times. As well, we have an outstanding commitment to come back on our environmental and sustainability program. We were planning on bringing it to this meeting. However, given the length of the agenda, and we were still fine tuning some of the move forward recommendations, we will be bringing a presentation / report to the 14th for council's consideration to move forward on that agenda as well.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Webster at this time? Seeing none, we will move along to community infrastructure and environmental services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On today's agenda, we have 2 memos and a report. The first memo is an update with regards to Metrolinx GO expansion program and the GO Rail Electrification Transit Project Assessment Process, which is also known as the TPAP. So as good news, Metrolinx will be extending 15-minute, all-day, 2-way electrified GO train service through East Gwillimbury through to Bradford GO Station. Look forward to that. That'll serve the town very well in the coming years. Also, as good news, grade separation on Green Lane for the rail line is being actively discussed with York Region and Metrolinx for planning and delivery. That's not confirmed that it's happening, but discussions are advancing with respect to that, and we will make sure that we keep council apprised of how that of the outcomes on that. We'll continue to meet with Metrolinx and the region, and we've actually asked for Metrolinx to provide regular project updates to us and come to council periodically to provide updates on this very important initiative. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Very exciting. Questions of Mr. Molinary? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Second one, Mr. Molinary?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Second item is a memo with regards to train service frequency and train whistle update along the Barrie line in the town of East Gwillimbury. So this memo responds to correspondence received by council with respect to train service and anti-whistling. We have done a previous report on this, reported a couple times on this over the years, and based on our current review, we note a couple things. So first off, that there has not been any real substantive changes to legislation with regards to anti-whistling since 2019. Also, since 2019, there's been very negligible increase in the frequency of trains per day along the route. And typically what we found is about 4 trains per day on weekdays, about 3 trains per day on the weekend days. In terms of development, there's been approximately 165 new homes in Holland Landing since 2019. However, there's been very little growth in close proximity to the railway crossings and nothing directly adjacent to the crossing. So Metrolinx and GO have indicated that eliminating train whistling increases liability and affects the safety of the grade crossing. And for that reason, if anti-whistling is implemented, the town would assume liability for the grade crossing, and the town would need to fund the required retrofits, which can be typically quite costly. We also note that an audible whistle provides an extra level of safety to prevent what could end up being a tragic accident. And finally, you know, oftentimes we spend money to make intersections and our facilities safer. And in this particular instance, spending money on infrastructure may provide some benefits from a noise perspective, but it doesn't increase the safety of that particular intersection. So with safety in mind, it makes sense to keep the train whistles active, and they've been doing that across Ontario, across North America, for that very reason. So I know this is a somewhat sensitive subject for some, but I think when we keep the safety in mind, it helps to maintain or provide a good rationale for the solution that's being presented. And happy to answer any questions on that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please. And Councillor Foster, did you have your hand up also? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Crone, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Molinari and the team. Thanks for putting together this report. I thought it was a very good report. A few things for me that stand out. The costs, if we were to go the anti-whistle route, the costs we have to update our crossings, I guess, as part of it. That can be quite expensive. I'm hearing upwards. I think Newmarket just looked at it, and I think they've decided to. I believe they're deciding to deposit. If you look at what Markham spent, what was it? Something close to 500,000 per crossing. It's not cheap. Where would the funding source? Would that have to be tax based? We can't. I don't think we can use development charges to fund these sort of improvements. Can you just help me understand what the impact would be and where we would find the dough to do this if we decided that we were going to go down this road?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, through you, that would likely be through our capital project reserve. It would likely be tax-based funding unless we could justify that it's growth related. And the fact that those rail lines have been there forever, it would be tough to say that's growth related, but you know, there may be opportunity for that, but I would say that would be that might be stretching it a little bit, but I think that it would likely end up being mainly tax-based funding for that.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, so there would be an increase in property taxes to facilitate this, if I hear you correctly. Now I know your report dealt specifically with the Barrie line, but there's also another line that goes towards Bree. And so I'm assuming if we're going to do it for the Barrie line, we would have to do it all across the town. We can't pick and choose the crossings that we want to stop the whistle at. Do I have that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you can pick and choose. You can do anti-whistling in some areas and not in others. It's per crossing. But you know, typically our report was meant to be town-wide with just a focus on the development issues associated with the crossings in Holland Landing, because that's where the correspondence that went to council came from.
Okay. And so just last thing, my understanding is, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if should there be an accident, let's just suggest that we get rid of the whistle and there is an accident, we have to revert back to the crossing arms. We have to revert back to the old way. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've actually been in meetings where they've indicated that, but nothing formal. And so we actually reached out to them and to ask that very question, and they didn't actually give us a firm response on that. But I would suspect that, you know, if there was an incident there, they would there could be a reversion back to that stance. But I'd have to get back to you on that.
So if I, to you, Madam Mayor, if I had to summarize, this could cost us $500,000 per crossing. It's going to impact property taxes. If there's an accident, we may quite possibly we would have to go back to the old way. And if anyone's looking for a speedy resolution to this, if we wanted to go down this road, it's going to take a minimum 2 years, and it could go as long as 5 years. So it's quite a long haul. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was going to go down many of the same roads that Councillor Crone has already gone. But as a comment to go along with that, this I thought was a great report. you know, public safety is a top priority, and certainly from my background, I can support that to the greatest extent. I also think that this report goes a long way, and I hope that some of our residents take the opportunity to have a look and see the work that's gone into this. This certainly explains that there's a lot more to this than just staff saying, you know, we don't think so, and council saying no. There's lots and lots of background information there to support. You know, this is a big undertaking, and again, cost and property taxes are a big deal. But again, this was a very good report. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. For me, it's all about safety in our community. Safety is the whistle that blows. And while it is an annoyance, and that's what it is, it's an annoyance sometimes to people depending on the time of day or evening, it still does not diminish the need for safety in our community, and I simply can't support it. Those whistles are there for a reason, and they're keeping our residents safe. So I'm not interested in addressing this at all. Any other comments or questions from anyone? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Morton, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The next item that we have, item number 3, environmental services, municipal servicing for condominiums, pilot program findings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This report is actually provides some additional input with respect to some of the comments that were received by council earlier today, and we'll address some of that in just a minute. But essentially, private condos that distribute water through a common element to freehold properties form what's known as a non-municipal year-round residential drinking water system. That system is highly regulated through the MECP, which is the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. This is not a town requirement, or it's not discretionary for the town. These private drinking water systems require testing and reporting in the same way that the testing and reporting is required for the town's municipal drinking water system. However, the MECP does allow the town to include these private drinking water systems under its umbrella, subject to entering into what they call a Section 5.4 agreement with the condominium board. So staff proactively initiated the framework for servicing pilot in 2018. And at the time, we felt that there was opportunity for the town to assist some of the condos with waste collection and also with the water quality testing. And that was meant to go to assist with the affordability for residents in those areas. This isn't something that's mandatory for the town, but staff felt that this was something that, and in my previous experience with other municipalities, this can become a very contentious issue. And what we wanted to do was bring this to council and provide the framework under which it would make sense for the town to assist with servicing condominiums. So in 2021, the town entered into 2 one-year municipal servicing pilots, one with the Peter Street condo, which was in January of 2021, and the second was with King's Landing, which was in June of 2021. So following about a year of this initiative, we're proposing to provide waste collection services and water quality testing for private condominiums, basically in accordance with the principles as we've outlined in Appendix 1 of the report. And at a high level, we support providing those services where the condominiums request the town to provide the services on their property. And firstly, that would be for waste collection services, where the town's standard collection vehicle can collect waste, recycling, and green bin in accordance with our curbside collection program. The waste vehicles must be able to safely access the site and exit without the need to back up. And each residential unit must have its own unique setup location where streamed waste can be efficiently collected. This backing up is meant for safety. It's not that it's operationally something that we don't want to do. It's for safety. These particular condominiums are very tight, they're very dense, and there's families living there. And the garbage trucks that we use as part of our program are large vehicles, heavy vehicles, and accidents do happen from time to time. So we're very mindful of the safety component. Secondly, with regards to drinking water testing, we are happy to enter into those agreements and provide that service. We know that's not something that individual condo corporations are used to dealing with. The town does it all the time. We test our water every day, and we have very, very well-trained staff to deal with that. And by entering into a Section 5.4 agreement, we can do that work for the condo, which is private property, and assist them with it in that regard. So as the condominium is private property, all maintenance and replacement of private infrastructure, which includes the roads, water, sewers, and storm, it's the responsibility of the owner of the infrastructure, and namely the condominium corporation and the owner of the units. And that's basically a summary of the report. And I just wanted to provide a couple comments with regards to some of the items from the deputation from earlier today. And that the first one is with respect to the instructions from town staff to GFL not to enter King's Landing. That was meant for the town's vehicles entering that property. Under no circumstance would the town indicate to the owners of the corporation to not seek a funding or seek to have that work done by GFL. If the owners of the condo corporation want GFL to go in and do that work, absolutely, there's nothing stopping them from doing so. But obviously, if we don't want the town's vehicle backing up inside, it would make sense that that wouldn't be the town's vehicle that would go in and do that work. It would have to be a separate vehicle, smaller vehicle that would that's suitable for going in to do that work. Again, in terms of the purpose of the pilot, it's to provide affordable solutions to the residents, and it's not to add costs. This is really, the pilot was meant to be a proactive measure to provide assistance and provide some servicing at a much more affordable rate than the condo corporation would have been able to obtain on their own. And lastly, there was a mention of adjusting the site plans such that they are so that they're able to have the long-term impacts of the site for residents in mind. And I think sometimes when we approve site plans, we should probably be looking at that a little more closely. So if there's opportunities for turnarounds or to connect the roads internally that will provide so that they can become part of the town standard curbside collection program, then it might make sense to maybe they lose a lot or two or a unit or two in the process. But if they can actually make those connections, then we can put them on our curbside collection program, and that saves the residents money in perpetuity. So I think there's some value in that, and I think as we move forward with future site plans, it would be good to keep that in mind, and where it makes sense to do so, make sure that we modify those plans such that they have the long-term interests of the residents in mind. And those are the comments from this morning's deputation, and happy to answer any questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinari. Questions of Mr. Molinari? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Molinari. I really appreciate the report. I think it covers a lot of the bases. But with respect to the water and wastewater billing, can you take me through some of the rationale as to why we're quite happy to deliver water up to the super meter, I guess, to the border of the condo. But we're really not interested in the billing part of it, where we could easily hook up our own smart meters, which are now easy to read, much easier to read than they were ever before. What's the rationale as to why we don't want to go that direction?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it comes down to ownership of infrastructure. So at right now, we have a bulk meter that's attached to our infrastructure, which is right at the property line with the private infrastructure. So if we were to install meters at the houses, then we would basically be having our infrastructure attached to private infrastructure without really the ability to manage that very well. So and or you end up with bulk meter and sub meters throughout the whole development, which from an accounting perspective creates some issues. So it really comes down to where's the interface between private and public, and that's really the best location to provide that metering service.
Okay. All right, thanks. Madam Mayor, for you I guess to the rest of council, I would recommend that when we're looking at the two recommendations of this report, the first is to receive it, and the second is to endorse the proposed principles. If I could suggest that maybe we just choose to receive, and then we heard a deputation today. We had some good information provided to us. I certainly learned more about it. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to put off voting on the principles until the new year, and during that time we could send this report to the two condo corporations that we have in town, have them comment on it, and then we can have a little more feedback on this, and then make a more fulsome have a more fulsome discussion, and then make our decision based on that. Just a suggestion for the rest of the council to consider. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In addition to the two condo corporations that we have that are, I think they're basically townhouse based, we also have a condo building with apartments in it. And I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're being consistent in how we're applying our policies. I certainly don't feel like I have a really good handle on this issue. There was information presented to us that wasn't part of our package, so I'd like a copy of that presentation so that I can review it again. And I feel like I don't want us to be reinventing the wheel. I want to do what is fair and equitable and what is considered a municipal best practice. And I'm hearing that what we're doing is something different. And I absolutely support our staff in how they interpret and enforce the legislation with respect to clean drinking water. But at the same time, I also want us to be fair and equitable. So I'm happy to wait and get more information, but those are some of the issues that I'd like to see addressed. I want to understand this a little bit better, please, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? I feel the same way as you do, Councillor Roy DiClemente. And today we're talking about two areas that we have condos. We know there's a third one, yes. But I guess, Mr. Molinari, for me, I'd like to know when we hear about a new condo with the potential of being built in East Gwillimbury, what would we do differently right off the bat, knowing what we know today? And I'm not sure that I'm not looking for an answer today, but I think it's important that we're trying to work with the two that are already existing. And clearly there were things that had we known in advance, we might have done a little differently with it, and maybe they would have too. I would hope that we would have some way of working with a possible condo build that we wouldn't be going through the difficulties that we have today for our new residents and for staffing as well.
Well, for you, Madam Mayor, I think, for the Peter Street condo, we're providing waste collection and we're providing them with Section 5.4 agreement for their water. So I think, you know, that one, they fit into our framework very, very well. On the King's Landing site, you know, would there have been opportunity to maybe put some looping or cul-de-sacs into that development? Possibly, but it may not always be practical. So each one of these sites is unique, and they have to be looked at on an individual basis. And where there's opportunity to be able to add some of those connections into it, it would make sense to do so, but not at the detriment of the entire site plan. So I think it kind of depends. But I understand the concerns and the feedback that council has today, and absolutely we can come back with some additional information in the new year and finalize this.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Crone, did you move that? You did, and could I have a seconder, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Apologies, I was just going to pull the resolution up onto the screen for council's consideration. I believe, Councillor Crone, I may have captured the intent, but let me know if this needs additional correction.
Be it resolved that Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Report CIES 2020-21-21 dated December 7th, 2021, entitled Municipal Servicing for Condominiums Pilot Program Findings be received, and that council request that staff circulate the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Report CIES 2021-21 to the condo boards to solicit feedback with respect to the recommendations and report back with additional information in Q1 2022. And that would be
that looks good.
Moved by Councillor Crone and seconded by Councillor Persicini. Are there any questions on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Molinari. Did you have anything else, Mr. Molinari, that should be dealt with today?
Nothing further at this time, Madam Mayor.
That's enough. Yes, thank you. I'm not seeing any other items on the agenda, so we will move to Emergency and Community Safety Services, and I see Chief McKenzie with us now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Nothing on the agenda, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll move along to Development Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Development Services, just the one report. It's an information report, our yearly planning application status list report for council's information. Since we reported on this, I believe it was last December, we've got 51 active planning applications provided in the attachment. And since last year, we've added 13 new applications, dealt with 15 from last year. And on page 2, we've also included the 6 of the site plan applications for council's information that have been dedicated to staff, and staff have dealt with some of these, or will be dealing with these at a staff level as we get through the review process, Madam Mayor. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Questions of Mr. Ramuno. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
I have 2 questions. One is just a question more of a workflow perspective. In the past, when we've received or when the town has received applications, there's usually an email that's circulated to members of council advising us that we've received applications. I found a couple of applications on this list. I believe they're relatively new, but that I had no awareness of. And so I'm just wondering if we've changed our process, or if it was just that they're that new, but that the staff haven't had a chance to circulate a quick email to us. I'm just curious about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, we haven't changed our process. I'll double check. We should be sending those any new application notice to council for information purposes as we do for to SMT, but I'll certainly double check to make sure that we continue that process.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had, Madam Mayor, was with respect to number 45 on the list. I believe it's 1656 Green Lane. Just curious, is that the property that was related to the minister's zoning order that we had earlier in this term of council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it is. That is on that site plan application for that proposed warehouse is on the eastern portion of that subject property that was subject to the MZO that was proposed for that auto campus. Yes.
And so would that particular warehouse have been in addition to the proposed campus, or is this instead of the campus?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is instead of the auto campus. When we were dealing with that MZO proposal, I believe it was early January 2020. We brought that MZO to council. Unfortunately, we were visited by COVID. Things have changed with respect to the proposed auto campus, and so now the applicant has come forward with this first phase of the site development, which is this standalone warehouse facility, but there are plans for perhaps additional standalone dealers and additional distribution centers on this property. It comprised about 30 acres on either side of that future Harry Walker Parkway extension.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'll say at this point is that it's going to bear significant further discussion on that file. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Item Q is our legal and council support services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing on the agenda today, but very happy to take any questions from council.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Horner? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. We will move to council committees, boards, and groups. And Angela's with us.
I am low. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Angela Ramsey, and I am the Deputy CEO at the East Gwillimbury Public Library. Today, I'm here to share that the East Gwillimbury Public Library was the recipient of the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce Spirit of Success Business Award, winning the not-for-profit category. Just last week, CBC News reported that food bank usage in Ontario rose 10% in 2020. And that more than 3.6 million visits to food banks were made in just 1 year. Hunger exists around us, and families and individuals rely on food banks to secure the necessities of life. This award is a symbol of our community's deep understanding and commitment to helping others, including those experiencing hunger issues. Over the past 4 years, our team of passionate volunteers, staff, and community partners have worked hard to ensure everyone has access to fresh produce, food, and household necessities, such as diapers and toiletries. Not only does this award recognize those who operate the food pantry, but also our residents who have proven to have such big hearts. Every month, residents purchase pre-packaged bags at the neighborhood market and Vince's. They donate online, and they raise money through community fundraisers. It is through their support that we can give to others. The library wishes to thank the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce for their commitment to supporting local businesses and organizations and raising awareness for this valuable service. That concludes the update on the award. Unless there are any comments, I'll pass the presentation on to the next speaker.
Are there questions of Angela? I'm not seeing any. Congratulations to the library staff. I know that you couldn't have done it without the staff, and I know everybody was behind it and still continues to be. You are known not only as a top library, but also a top food bank. And I hear from people regularly how important it is to go to the library to make ends meet, particularly at the end of the month. So congratulations, and please share our thanks to all of your staff who do above and beyond. You're busy with the library and you still find the time to look after the food bank and those people that really count on it every month. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Foster, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you so much. We will now move to item S, which is correspondence for consideration. Is there a staff member that is going to speak with this as well? Mr. Webster, are you there for this item? You're muted. That's the first today.
Second, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's just comments, I believe, for receipt regarding some of our decisions that have been made and from the region as well. And I think we have responded to this resident a few times. And so I don't know if another response is merited, or is this, I think maybe it's just for us to digest as we move forward with our official plan.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Roy DeClemente, are you indicating?
Yes, moving receipt to not the second clause. Thank you.
All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 2. Just move.
Through Madam Mayor, that was already dealt with following the deputation.
G3. So we're now down to G3.
That's correct.
Thank you. It's correspondence regarding Life with a Baby York North Chapter and the reinstatement of some free charity use of space. There are more details to this, staff, that we should be aware of. Perhaps
Madam Mayor,
yes, go ahead.
This is the second request we've had that has very little detail, as a matter of fact. So I think it should be referred to staff so that we might be able to better understand and scope what it is this organization is looking for. And we'll report back on both of them.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Persichini, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I have no other correspondence at this time. We will move to our closed meeting, to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council about a personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals. Municipal Act Section 2392B, personal matter, and council appointment committees, resignations, appointment updates. And so be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 2:48 p.m. to deal with the following matters: a personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392, B, personnel matter, and council appointment committee resignation and appointment updates. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers and and Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. We'll just wait a moment until we're told that we are in private session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just bear with us for a moment. And we're live.
Thank you. We are here to rise and report from closed meeting Municipal Council. Be it resolved that Council arise and report from a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 3:42 p.m. and that Council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on December 7th, 2021. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? That's carried. And we will that's all we have.
You're sure?
I have to adjourn this.
No, through you, Madam Mayor. There are no items under U, which is resolutions. Following that is the bylaws. Just wanted to advise council that we have 4 bylaws for council's consideration. The first one is bylaw 103, being a bylaw to levy interim taxes in 2022. The second bylaw is for the removal of a member from the farmers market, and that's bylaw 105. 106 is appointing a member to our Economic Development Advisory Committee, and bylaw 107 will be removing a member from North Union Community Group.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Persicini, seconded by Councillor Morton. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Do we have any other business at this time? Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
We actually have a couple of matters, and we'll try to deal with them with some diligence, Madam Mayor. Firstly, we recently completed a market review. We had council say this seems to be an ineffective way of all these municipalities doing their own reviews. And in that note, we've stepped up as a municipality through the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association, and they're going to conduct a pilot of putting together a comprehensive municipal database. So I think that'll be a lot more proactive. It's something we're working on, and EG's HR area will be one of the guiding members of that initiative. Secondly, we are planning for the last week before we have the holiday break, gathering our staff in over a 2 to 3 hour period, and sort of a drop-in type event for an appreciation, staff appreciation. Council will be invited to the event. It's going to be held at one of the Works Yard, new op center, outdoor storage garage areas. And so we'll do our best to stay warm, and everyone will be masked and respecting social distancing, but it'll be a chance for council to express their appreciation to staff as we usually do that week as well. And we are distributing with our new logo for all staff and council members toques and mittens. So those are usually popular to see in the community for our ambassadors. And finally, Madam Mayor, I'll remind you, as a hockey grandma, you've mentioned to me that we did an excellent job of making one of our pads nice and warm, and we still have our west pad, which is actually what we call the newer pad. I know Terry might not, but it's our newer, more modern pad. It can accommodate larger events for hockey and for figure skating and others. It's a very cold area. Madam Mayor has approached us about making an amendment to the 22 budget, if possible, to include heaters for there. And Madam Mayor, I did follow up with General Manager Karmazyn, and he was asking if he could have a week. We maybe could report back on that request next Tuesday before council's final adoption of the budget to see what kind of funding sources might be available. I believe the estimates right now in the estimate of about 50,000, but when we did our last installation, we had many partners step up, including New Roads, who sponsors the arena, and the East Gwillimbury Minor Hockey Association as well, provided some funding. So it's just a little heads up to council, Madam Mayor, on that request that you were tabling, that it's should be noted that we'll report back on it if council so advises for next Tuesday.
Thank you. I had completely forgotten about it. Thank you for, I probably had a half a dozen or more people talking about the heaters in one arena and not in the other? And was it this, they were talking about budget and how it looked really good, and were the heaters included? And no, they weren't. So that was where it ended up that there were people granted, some from public skating, but also some from minor hockey, wanting to know if this wasn't the year, when was the year? So if we can have a look at it, then that would be great. If it's another year, then it's another year. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
If I'm not mistaken, the heaters that are in the other pad were, when we put them in, I believe we may have had financial contributions from our user groups to make it happen. And so I wonder whether that might also be of interest to our permit holders, to ensure that their spectators are a little bit more comfortable. I just thought I'd mention that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sure that staff will shake the bushes and see who is out there. I do remember now that New Roads was involved with some financing, as well as some other corporate people as well. So thank you, Mr. Webster.
We also need to find a disguise for you to go to hockey games now, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Yes, I seem to be there a lot these days, but many times they are arenas that are not in East Gwillimbury. Okay, I think that's all then. I think we're down to other business, and we've concluded that. Confirmation bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton, be it resolved that bylaw number 2021-104, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on December 7th, 2021, be taken as read, enacted, and signed by the mayor and municipal clerk. All those in favor? And that's carried. And adjournment is 3:48.
Tara, you've got mail here.
I'll move in a seconder for our adjournment at 2:48. Councillor Persichini, Councillor Foster, be it resolved that the meeting of council adjourn at 3:48 p.m. Thank you very much. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We've done a lot of business today. Appreciate everybody's support.
Great day. Have a good day. Good night.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.